As soon as Yunxiang's divine body of 9 yang appeared, the moonlight in Yunxiao's body burst out and grew stronger again, suppressing the fierceness in his body and clearing his mind. Yunxiao was slightly taken aback, but he also felt the subtle change in his personality. He immediately closed his eyes and began to cultivate with Yunxiang. The two divine body lights snuggled up and merged with each other, gradually turning into a serene aura that spread out in the surroundings. The demonic dragon was taken aback for a moment, but then he breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, the true demonic energy had been suppressed, but it was still a huge hidden danger. He could not help but feel angry at Yunxiao's nonsensical and risky character. Although there would not be any accidents in the Divine Realm tablet, the demonic dragon still transformed into its dragon body and hovered above the two of them, quietly protecting them. Moreover, the harmonious qi that dissolved and blended with the water made him feel extremely comfortable, and he entered a state of selflessness. Time passed by slowly. The two of them cultivated like this for 3 months. It was not until Yunxiao's body glowed with the light of advancement, and he broke through to 5 stars Martial Supreme, that he woke up from that state. "Ah, you're awake." Yunxiang snorted and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead as she asked with concern, "How do you feel now?" Yunxiao had a strange feeling in his heart as he looked at her delicate and moving face. When Luo Yunxiang found the other party staring at her, she blushed and said angrily, "I'm asking you a question." She couldn't help but be secretly happy. Thinking of this, she thought of the embarrassing situation last time and felt a burst of shyness, her face turning even redder. "Much better," Yunxiao said with a wry smile. "I just find it strange. I've broken through a star, but why is your cultivation base not moving at all? Could it be that after the 9 suns body becomes a martial honor, it's extremely difficult to advance each level?" Only then did Yunxiang's face recover a little. She shook her head and said, "If there's no law, then that's it. I remember Master once said that after the 9 sun divine body becomes a martial supreme, one must go to a place to open the door to the back." "Oh, there was such a situation? Where is it?" "Is that place in the Divine Firmament Palace?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "Is that place inside the Divine Firmament Palace?" Yunxiang laughed. "It's Xianxia Palace's territory, but it's not inside. I don't know the details, but I'll know when I get there." Yunxiao nodded. "In that case, let's go first. I'll go with you." "Ah? No need, I can go alone." Although Luo Yunxiang was delighted, she refused flatly and said seriously, "This is a secret of our Xianxia Palace. It's not appropriate for others to know." Yunxiao was taken aback, but when he saw the determination on Yunxiang's face, he nodded and said, "Then be careful. The nearest teleportation formation is near the Blood God Palace. I'll go with you." "Yes," Yunxiang responded softly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. "Sigh, trouble is coming," the demonic dragon suddenly said in a strange manner before disappearing in a flash of light. Yunxiao looked up and saw a white beam of light flying over, turning into a slender figure. It was Ding Ling. Her face blushed slightly as she said, "So Sister Yunxiang is here too." Recalling that Ding Ling had found out what had happened that day, Yunxiang blushed, not feeling particularly embarrassed. A subtle atmosphere spread between the three of them, and it was very awkward. Ding Ling had been in the Chamber of Commerce for a long time, and she was good at adjusting the atmosphere. "Sister Yunxiang, young Master Yun, I'm here to bid you farewell." "Farewell." Yunxiao and Yunxiang cried out at the same time. They looked a little embarrassed, but soon they asked at the same time, "Why?" At that moment, even Yunxiao felt that the atmosphere was not right, so he quickly shut his mouth and stopped talking. Ding Ling felt a little sour in her heart and thought, they even had a tacit understanding when they spoke. Thinking of this, they felt sad, but they still forced a smile and said, "I've been in the Divine Realm tablet for a long time. After the battle in Songyueyang City, I don't know anything about the Merchant Union and Tianyuan Trading Company. Besides, no one knows if I'm dead or alive. I'm afraid it has caused a lot of disturbances. I have to show up now, or Tianyuan Trading Company will be in chaos." Yunxiang asked carefully, Is that really the reason? Not because of Ing Luo or some other reason? That's a strange question, Sister Yunxiang. Ding Linger said with a wry smile. What other reason could it be? No. Yunxiang shook her head hurriedly. I'm just asking. But she immediately added, actually, there's nothing between me and young Master Yun. Ding Ling-er's heart was filled with jealousy, and she mumbled, why is Big Sister becoming stranger and stranger? Did I say anything about you and young Master Yun? Also, what does it have to do with me whether there's anything between you two? Ing Luo. In the end, she laughed at herself a few times and felt even more aggrieved. She had originally come to say goodbye and wanted to fulfill their wish, but before she left, she couldn't help but feel jealous and inexplicable grievances in her heart. She hurriedly used her internal energy to seal her tear glands, afraid that she couldn't help but shed tears and make a fool of herself. But even so, she felt her eyes sting more and more. Luo Yunxiang immediately realized that her random explanation had only added to the mess, so she stammered and did not know what to do. Yun Xiao laughed awkwardly and said, ha! Ha ha! It's good that they're all gone. It's much more peaceful in the Divine Realm tablet. I hope you'll be busy for a while and don't come back so soon. Ding Ling-er was stunned and asked, what do you mean? Big Sister is also leaving. Yunxiang nodded and explained her situation. I could have been a little more at ease with you around, but if everyone leaves now, who's going to take care of young Master Yun? Ding Ling-er's eyes turned slightly red. She suddenly felt that she should not have been so jealous just now. Little sister has something to do, so I have to do it. Big sister can stay for a while longer. No. Yunxiang shook her head and said, Cultivation can't be delayed. She felt a little depressed. She had been a burden for so long. Although hiding in the Divine Realm tablet would not make her fall behind, she still felt sad that she could not help Yunxiao. So, she had been cultivating day and night, and the Southern Fire Golden Crystal source Yunxiao had given her was almost used up. With the special constitution of the Nine-Yang Divine Body, she was surprisingly fast in breaking through from a martial emperor to a martial honor. It was a pity that a bottleneck had appeared after she had reached the rank of martial honor. At first, she had wanted to try to break through by herself, but she finally realized that she was powerless. She had to go to the place that her master had told her. Only then did he reluctantly come to say goodbye to Yunxiao, who happened to be possessed by the devil. After cultivating with Yunxiao's divine body for so long, the latter's body, which was extremely difficult to improve, had advanced a level which further strengthened her idea of leaving. Ding Ling-er was the same. If it weren't for the fact that the Chamber of Commerce's business was so important that they couldn't do without her as their backbone, she wouldn't have left. The two of them seemed to see through each other's thoughts and suddenly smiled at each other. In that case, let's go together, Ding Ling-er said with a smile. Yunxiang nodded. Although we're going in different directions, we're all going to the Blood God Palace's teleportation array. So we're going the same way. As the two laughed, Yunxiao suddenly felt as if the clouds had scattered and the sky had been cleared. Although they did not do anything, Yunxiao felt as if the sky had finally cleared up. Looking at their backs as they left hand in hand, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. AI! Suddenly, Xiaohuang Haolian's long sigh came from the sky. He said emotionally, There is only love in the spring moon, like the flower falling from the sky. Leaning on the pillar, I'm so melancholic. A spring dream. Bang! A very heavy sound came from the void, and Xiaohuang Haolian's voice was dragged to a stop. Mo Xiaochuan said, It's fine now, young Master Yun. Please continue. Yunxiao's face was covered in sweat. In a flash, he left the Divine Realm tablet and carefully examined his body. The true devil chi had been suppressed by his bright moon divine body, but as the dragon had feared, he did not know how long it could be suppressed. However, the benefits of absorbing the demonic energy fruit were also huge. Not only did it allow him to advance 2 ranks, but his resistance to the corrosion of the demonic energy was also rapidly strengthened. Yunxiao's heart stirred as he slowly drew out a strange symbol with both hands in front of him. It turned out to be a demonic seal formed by a ball of demonic energy, which was the same as the great demon. It's indeed useful. Yunxiao was overjoyed. One of his main reasons for refining the devil energy fruit was to cultivate the Dharma power left behind by the skeleton. After practicing the Dharma power in his heart, he could basically master it. But at this moment, the devil had just entered his body, so he did not dare to use it casually, for fear of losing control again. The demonic dragon's voice rang out, "I've thought of an item that can increase the power of your divine body. It's the moon pearl of the East Sea. Furthermore, the place where you obtained your divine body seems to have a great connection with the power of the pearl." "I've thought of it," Yunxiao nodded. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken it out when I was suppressing the devil. The moon pearls of the Eastern Sea are the most precious treasures produced in the Eastern Sea. It is said that if you can collect 24 of them, you can set up a set of beautiful phenomena called the 24 moonlit bridges, which can remove and suppress all abnormal situations. I've also heard of the 24 moonlit bridges, but rumors are always greater than the truth," the demonic dragon said. "It can't be that the abnormalities can be eliminated after becoming a demon slave, right?" "That's a good question," Yunxiao said thoughtfully. "When I collect all 24, I'll find a fiend slave and try it. If it works, I'll have another method to deal with fiends." The demonic dragon was speechless. "If you want to deal with the devil, I suggest you go find Hu Shengfeng. The devil essence lock in his hands is a strange item." Yunxiao chuckled. "I've planned to do so for a long time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked for a pass to the Sea of Soul Formation. Whether or not Yu Shengfeng can refine Emperor Jun's body, he will definitely return to the Sea of Soul Formation." It seems that I have to go to the Red Moon City first. That is the holy land of the Eastern region, and I should be able to collect a lot of Eastern Sea specialties, including the Eastern Sea Moon Pearl." After he made up his mind, he put away the Divine Realm tablet and turned into a ray of light, heading toward the Blood God Palace. The burial land had always been under the control of the Blood God Palace. It was a famous mountain and treasure land in the Eastern region. Countless martial artists had hidden there to cultivate. However, after the Great Demon Incident, the seals were all opened, and the changes that followed were the loss of spiritual qi. It became a place of little value. In addition, the demon tribulation had killed too many martial artists. This once famous treasure land for individual cultivators had suddenly become desolate. Yunxiao flew out of the burial land and swept the area with his divine will. He found only a dozen or so martial artists, and they were all weak. He could only hear two people whispering below. "Senior brother, as expected, there's nothing good for free. The spiritual energy here is not as good as before. No wonder the people from the Blood God Palace canceled the charging point." "That's right. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have to spend so many vitality stones to teleport here. Now, we can't even take back our vitality stones. However, there are benefits to having fewer people. No one will disturb us when we cultivate together. No matter where it is, as long as I'm with senior brother, it's better than any spiritual mountain or treasured land. Alas, martial arts is difficult. Senior brother only wants to achieve the supreme peak and have no other thoughts. Why? Is the peak of martial Tao so attractive to you? If he didn't even care about his beloved, then what was the use of being at the peak of martial arts? Senior brother, I won't give up. I'll be with you even if I die. Ing Luo, why are you so stubborn? Sai, alright. Senior brother has been moved by your true feelings. Let's be together forever. Junior brother. Yunxiao's face was covered in sweat, and he almost vomited. His body trembled a few times as he hurriedly flew out of the burial land and arrived at the foot of the Blood God Palace. Only then did he let Ding Linger and Luo Yunshang out, and the three of them walked side by side. There were many people on the road to Blood God Palace, and it was much more lively than usual. Perhaps the demonic tribulation had caused too much of a commotion. Many of them came to watch the show, and some wanted to take advantage of the situation. There was an endless stream of people, and many people were discussing it. Even a supreme grade profound level weapon has appeared. Simply shocking. Even the Void Martial Sovereign was beaten until he vomited blood. Later, when he thought of the people of the world and the people at dawn, He took a deep breath and unleashed his small universe to chase away the devil. The people from the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation have come to investigate a few times, but there are no more clues. I heard that these two major forces have been holding an emergency meeting to come up with countermeasures to encircle and annihilate the devil. The Sacred Zone has even sent out several secretaries to encircle and annihilate the devils. The Blood God Palace has suffered heavy losses in this war. Almost all the experts after the Martial Supreme Realm are dead, and the remaining few have gone into seclusion. I'm afraid their cultivation base will drop by 1,000 miles. These few years I've been occupying the resources of buried power, and with the connivance of Red Moon City, I've developed extremely quickly. I didn't expect to lose just like that. Life is really unpredictable. The seal of the earth vein of the burial land has been broken, and a large number of treasures that have fallen from the ancient times have been plundered by the martial artists who have unique, remarkable abilities. Most of the people who are going to the burial land now want to see the traces of the battle that Lord Void Martial Sovereign has fought. They discussed the demonic tribulation along the way, and Xianxia and the other two had a certain understanding of the current situation, but there was not much useful content. Ding Ling, said worriedly, what happened in Songyue City will have no less impact on the continent than the demonic tribulation, but I haven't heard anyone talking about it. I wonder how the situation in the Merchant Union and Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is now. Although you're the backbone of Tianyuan Trading Company, Xiao comforted him, it's not like such a huge organization will immediately go wrong without you. In addition, given the current situation, I reckon that your father should also appear. Ding Linger was shocked, and her face turned a little ugly. You also think that my father is hiding his strength? Are you deliberately hiding your strength? Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he said indifferently, don't be nervous. Although I've never met Ding Shan, he can't be a simple person since he was able to establish Tianyuan Trading Company and make it one of the permanent members of the business union. Furthermore, Yuan Bo's death is a tragedy. Speaking of this, Ding Ling-er's delicate body couldn't help but tremble, which was also the key that she couldn't figure out. There was no way Yuan Bo would joke with Yunxiao before he died. Besides, who in the entire Songyue City had the strength to kill the third elder of Myriad Treasure Store at that time? I don't want to believe it either, Yunxiao sighed, but it's very likely that your father is the murderer of Yuan Bo. The few people who were chasing after Yuan Bo back then were not strong, which meant that Yuan Bo's physical body had been destroyed long ago, leaving only his ice soul remnant. And in that case, he didn't go to the Myriad Treasure Store for help, but came to me, who was extremely weak, instead. This proves that he doesn't dare to go to the Myriad Treasure Store. Ding Ling-er's mind went blank. She had thought about these speculations before, but every time she thought of them, she did not dare to think about them anymore, because the result of her speculation was exactly the same as Yunxiao's. Young Master Yun, do you mean that Ling-er's father is hiding in Myriad Treasure Store? Yunxiang asked in surprise. Ding Ling-er's face turned pale. Even Luo Yunxiang had come up with such an obvious conclusion, but she had never dared to believe it. Looking at her, Yunxiao could not bear to continue. Ling-er, you don't have to take it to heart. You can carefully observe it when you go back this time. If I'm not wrong, Tianyuan Trading Company is not in chaos without you. Instead, it has expanded its sphere of influence. Yunxiang said doubtfully. But Xianxia, under those circumstances, if Ding Shan had been present, he might not have been able to escape the great demon's sacrificial array, right? If it's Ji Gu, that's impossible. Yunxiao interrupted. Your guess is absolutely impossible. If Ding Shan had been present at the time, the power of those demon clansmen would not have been enough to harm him. The situation was critical at the time, and we left first. There was no news of what happened after that. Perhaps the Merchant Union took some measures to block the news, and it's hard to predict the twists and turns in the future. Ding Ling-er's face looked a little better. She calmed down and said, Songyue City was destroyed, and the Merchant Union has undergone great changes. Such a big thing can't be hidden even if you want to. Moreover, the young master of the Blade Sect was also involved at that time, so I haven't heard anything about it yet. Perhaps an even bigger storm is brewing. After all, She had been in charge of the general situation in the merchant union for so many years, so she quickly sorted out her thoughts and said softly, "I'll go back and take a look. If it's really as young Master Yun said, then it's just as well. I can finally put down this big burden." However, her eyes were filled with deep worry as she said with a slight tremble, If Yuan Bo was really killed by my father, what would you do, young Master Yun?" Both Yun Xiao and Yun Shang trembled, and the three fell into silence at the same time. This was indeed a knot that could not be mentioned. "Yuan Bo's debt must be settled," Yun Xiao said in a deep voice. "But, if it was really your father's doing, I can spare his life." Ding Ling-er's eyes were slightly red. The fight between young Master Yun and her father was the last thing she wanted to see. "Thank you so much, young Master Yun." Yun Xiao's livid face was instantly soothed as he sighed and said, "Maybe things aren't what we think, but no matter what, Ding Shan is your father. I will try my best to restrain myself." Ding Ling-er choked and nodded slightly. The three of them suddenly became silent. They walked slowly on the path and soon arrived at the Blood God Palace's teleportation point. There were a total of 5 teleportation arrays, 4 small ones and 1 big one. Many people were waiting in line. Since teleportation was charged by the number of times and not the number of people, many people were whispering to each other, asking each other about their destination, and seeing if they could work together to save a lot of money. "Brother, where are you going? Is it on the way to Jianyi City?" "I'm going to Tong City, but it's fine to build a house around it. I can save 3,000 mid-grade primordial stones. Although it'll take more effort, it'll be worth it. Hehe, it's on the way. Since you're not going to Jianyi City directly, I'll pay you more." "Good." Yun Xiao, the local tycoon, frowned when he heard this kind of money-saving conversation. "Little brother, may I know where the 3 of you are heading to?" A short and strong old man walked up with a smile. He kept sizing up the old man with a very capable look. "No matter where I go, I'm not interested in being a partner," Yun Xiao said indifferently. "Find someone else." "Oh!" The old man was stunned for a moment. He then revealed his yellow teeth and smiled. How bold. It seems that he must be the young master of a great family. TSK, these 2 beauties are also top-grade beauties. I wonder if you can bring this old man along? This old man is poor. I really can't afford the teleportation fee." Yun Xiao gave him a glance, and his pupils shrank imperceptibly. Then he said coldly, "What does it have to do with me if I can't afford it? Get lost, beggar." The old man was stunned for a moment, then immediately cried out, "Young man, don't you have any sympathy? Can't you transfer some positive energy? Reject indifference and start from the small things." Yun Shang laughed and said, "This old man is quite interesting. Where are you going? If it's along the way, we can bring you along." The old man rolled his eyes and chuckled, "I'll go wherever this little brother goes." Yun Xiao was about to speak when a loud shout suddenly came from behind him. "All of you shut up. Teleport to an important place. Do not whisper." If any of them were found to have escaped together, the primeval stones that they had paid would be confiscated and they would not be teleported. For those that haven't been paid yet, you'll have to pay 10 times more. The person who was roaring was the leader of the Blood God Palace. He slowly flew up and stood in the air. He looked at the crowd coldly and said, "Line up properly. If I find anyone whispering or secretly transmitting their voices, the teleportation fee will be doubled." Everyone's expression changed, but they did not dare to voice their anger. Although the Blood God Palace's strength had been greatly reduced, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They were not people they could easily offend. Humph, a bunch of poor people. They want to teleport without money. Can't they fly? The person in charge cursed without restraint, his spittle flying everywhere. His eyes suddenly fell on Ding Ling-er and Luo Yunshang, and he could not help but swallow. Then he turned to Yun Xiao, and his face finally pulled a long face as he said in a deep voice, "You over there, kid." Everyone looked curiously at where the person in charge was looking, and finally, their eyes fell on Yun Xiao. At this time, the old man was stunned for a moment. Then he gave him a good luck look and also slipped into the crowd. Xiao frowned as he raised his head and said, "Me?" The person in charge snorted and beckoned him over with his index finger. Xiao looked a little helpless. Why were there so many fools in the world? He gave the man a look as if he was looking at an idiot, then turned his head away, too lazy to pay him any attention. The person in charge's expression changed drastically as he said angrily, "Did you hear me calling you over?" Xiao dug his ear and said indifferently, "If there's anything, just say it. My back and legs are a little sore. It's not convenient for me to come over." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. This young man was really audacious. He dared to be so arrogant in the Blood God Palace's territory. The person in charge was also stunned for a moment. He had not expected the other party to be so presumptuous. His eyes narrowed and he said coldly, "You look very familiar. Have I seen you somewhere before?" Xiao's heart twitched. When the Blood God Palace sealed the burial ground to search for him a month ago, they had almost spread the influence of his appearance to every corner of the world. He guessed that the man in front of him had forgotten about it. "My memory's not good. I can't remember seeing you." The man suppressed his anger and grinned. "It doesn't matter if you don't remember. Our Blood God Palace is currently short of people. We plan to commandeer the two young ladies beside you. Are you interested in joining us?" Ding Linger and Luo Yunshang were both furious, and their eyes glinted coldly. It turned out that he had come for them because of his lust. "Join and be your palace master?" Xiao sneered. "You want to be your palace master? Tisk. I'm not interested." "Haha, palace master? I'm dying of laughter. You really won't die if you don't seek death." The person in charge walked over with a cold face. The aura on his body gradually rose, reaching the peak of the martial honor realm. Now, there were only a few martial supremes left in the Blood God Palace. His cultivation base was at the peak of martial honor, which was already intimidating. Xiao suddenly found it a little funny. "You also know about the saying, if you don't seek death, you won't die? Laugh? I'll let you laugh as much as you want." Xiao's contemptuous look had completely infuriated the person in charge. He had also discovered that Xiao was a 5-stars martial supreme, but if he wanted to defeat a 4-stars martial supreme, he would have to kill him with one blow and teach him an unforgettable lesson. With a slight turn of his body, Xiao dodged the man's punch in an extremely strange posture. Then, he moved his legs slightly and patted the man's waist with his left hand, flipping him over in the air. At the same time, a beam of light appeared on his right hand, turning his entire fist golden as he threw a punch. Bang! The person in charge's face took a heavy blow, and all his teeth were shattered. The upper half of his body was smashed into the ground, like a crooked date tree, stuck in the ground. As this was a teleportation zone, the ground was made of extremely strong 6th-grade materials. At this moment, with the person in charge as the center, the ground was cracking open, and the crack was dozens of meters long. This buy-in, all the onlookers were shocked. They looked on in disbelief, and their eyes were filled with horror. Even the Blood God Palace disciples in charge of the teleportation widened their eyes. Their brains had short-circuited. The pupils of the short and vigorous old man also suddenly shrank, revealing a grave expression. His eyes were bright, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. Bang! While the crowd was still in shock, Xiao flew backward, and a faint golden light appeared on his foot as he kicked the man in charge, sending him flying to the ground. After he finished his punch and kick, he strode toward the teleportation array with a cold face. He was also afraid that the experts from the Blood God Palace would rush over. That would be troublesome. Although there were few talents left, the Blood God was a genuine rank 6 martial emperor. He could easily suppress him. "I have something urgent to attend to, so I need to cut the queue. Do you have any objections?" he asked the person in charge of the teleportation. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Just a glance was enough to make people feel like they had fallen into an ice cellar. No objections." The staff member was so scared that his teeth were chattering. He forced a smile and said in a trembling voice, There's something urgent, of course I have to leave first." Yes, and I don't have any money. What should I do? Xiao continued to ask indifferently. No problem. The man's emotions calmed down a little, and he laughed awkwardly. We're all travelers, so who doesn't have difficulties? I've always reminded myself to be warm-hearted and to help others. Don't do it because you're disgusted, and don't do it because you're kind. That's good. Xiao asked Yunxiang and Ding Linger to enter the 2 teleportation arrays first, then waved and said goodbye with a smile. The 2 women felt a little sad, but they still forced down their laughter, not wanting to show their reluctance to part. The teleportation formation started to operate under the man's control. It emitted rays of light and connected to the distant spatial coordinates. You want to leave? Stop. Suddenly, a roar came from the sky, and a blood light fell toward the 2 teleportation arrays. Yunxiao's face flickered. With a teleportation, he appeared above the teleportation array. The 1,000-year saber appeared in his hand, which immediately sucked all his primordial qi. Then he slashed out a cold light in the air and met the blood-red light. Boom, boom, boom. The saber flare blocked the attack for a moment, but it disintegrated with the blood light in an instant, vanishing into thin air. Ding Linger and Luo Yunxiang were both shocked, but as soon as they showed their surprise, their figures gradually faded, and a space channel opened. Yunxiao sent a voice transmission to her. Don't worry, just go to your destination and don't come back. I'll be fine. He was afraid that the 2 of them would come back, and that would really cause him trouble. The 2 women were cautious people and knew the situation. They revealed a relieved smile and were gradually transported out. Li Yunxiao, you're not dead. The man was blood god. He was afraid of destroying the teleportation formation, so he did not use his full strength in the attack. Now that he had confirmed Yunxiao's appearance, he threw his head back and laughed excitedly. Ha! The heavens are helping me. The heavens didn't stop me. His laughter was so loud that it shook the earth and the mountains. The cultivators waiting for the teleportation changed their expressions one after another. They had all guessed his identity and were all shocked. Yunxiao swallowed some medicinal pills and began to absorb a few supreme-grade primordial stones in his hand to recover his primordial qi as soon as possible. He looked at Blood God coldly and snorted, Are you sick? The crowd was dumbfounded, feeling helpless at Yunxiao's boundless arrogance. It was fine that he had ignored the person in charge earlier, as they could tell that he did have some skills. But now, he was facing a famous expert of the eastern region, the master of the Blood God Palace, or a true 6 stars martial sovereign. If he still dared to be so arrogant at this time, it could only mean that there was something wrong with this kid's intelligence. The Blood God stared at him coldly and said, Li Yunxiao, I can see that you're also a talent, and you'll be a hero and an overlord in the future. I can't bear to let you die so early. As long as you hand over my blood fiends and the jade tablet, I can spare your life. Is this the jade steel you're talking about? Yunxiao chuckled. Is this it? He raised his right hand, and the divine realm tablet slowly emerged. It grew to a foot in size and emitted flowing light and vibrant colors above his palm. Various patterns constantly appeared on it. It is. The blood god's eyes were filled with greed as he said excitedly, Hurry up and give it to me. All right? Yes. Yunxiao replied and threw the divine realm tablet out. An infinite power of the earth spread out, pressing down on the space between heaven and earth, and quickly collapsing it toward Blood God. He knew that a battle was inevitable, so he made the first move to gain the upper hand. 5 northern heaven cold star swords appeared at the same time, forming a sword diagram in the air and forming a sea of sword chi. He also slashed out. The breathing earth? The blood god was taken aback. He was very familiar with the phenomenon of space being squeezed. It was the breathing earth, which had been refined into the blood beast's body and served as the core. He was suddenly bewildered, wondering if Yunxiao had done something to the blood beast. I've spared your life, yet you don't know what's good for you. Then I'll send you to the west. The blood god's eyes turned cold. He did not want to think about the blood fiends anymore. If he could get this supreme-grade profound-level weapon, it would be better than anything else. Sea of blood surging to the sky. fallen devil claw. With him as the center, a sea of blood spread out, turning the world red. He extended his hand, and a bloody claw immediately appeared and grabbed. Bang! The divine realm tablet shook, but it didn't bounce away. Instead, it remained in a stalemate. The power of the world began to appear, constantly devouring the surrounding blood sea. After he got that piece of breathing earth, the power of his earth territory had multiplied. The blood god's pupils shrank. The infinite gravity generated by the extremely strong power of the earth couldn't even shake off his blow. He was shocked. Moreover, the power of the world that the divine realm tablet was emitting at the moment was invincible, which made him even more afraid of the super-grade profound level weapon. In fact, it was just a psychological effect. If he tried to fight him head-on, Xianxia would not be able to withstand it first. It was only because the transcendent-grade mystic artifact was too powerful that he did not dare to block it head-on. With a flash, he disappeared from the sea of blood and came at Xianxia. The heavenly sword picture transformed rapidly in the air and trapped him in it. The sword chi rushed around and split his blood light, attacking his vital parts from 5 directions. Damn it! The blood god was shocked again and again. These swords were clearly ordinary objects, and the aura they exuded was not weaker than his celestial master's giant banner ruler. But he could not believe that they were all 9th-tier profound-level weapons. He flew up and flicked his fingers. Blood beads flew across the sky and hit the long sword. Bang! One of the swords was sent flying by the impact, emitting beams of sword light in the air. After 4 loud bangs, the other 4 swords were also knocked away and returned to Xianxiao's side to form a defensive sword array. The 2 of them had only exchanged blows for a short while, but in the eyes of the crowd, Blood God was at a disadvantage. They could not help but be dumbfounded and in disbelief. This man was the Blood God, a domineering 6-stars martial emperor. The few Blood God Palace disciples in charge of the teleportation had cold sweat on their foreheads. Fortunately, they did not do anything rash. At least the person in charge was still alive after being kicked away. If they had offended this fiend, they would probably not even be left with their flesh. The Blood God was also horrified, and his face was filled with shock. It was simply incomprehensible that Xianxia, a 5-stars martial supreme, could withstand several of his moves. At this moment, the divine realm tablet also flew back and once again pressed down on his head. The scion of the blood god snorted coldly and turned into a blood light to retreat, deliberately avoiding the divine realm tablet. He knew that there were 2 troublesome martial emperor experts in the tablet, and he was afraid that someone else would also discover the secret of the tablet. So he said, "This is an important place for teleportation. Do you dare to fight me somewhere else? There are some things that you don't want to expose, right?" Xianxia reached out and put away the divine realm tablet. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "All right, as you wish." Without saying a word, the blood god turned into a beam of light and left, followed by Xianxia. He would not stop until he had an understanding of the blood god today. The 2 of them flew for thousands of miles and came to the sky above the burial land. Only then did they stop and stand quietly. "I'm very curious about your identity. You have so many powerful profound level weapons and 2 martial supremes by your side. You even have a supreme grade profound level weapon. Although the world is big, I really can't think of anything. Could it be that you're from some reclusive family?" The scion of the blood god was the first to probe. "Would you let me go if I was from a reclusive family?" Xianxia laughed. "I'm from a reclusive family. Of course not. No one can save you today." The scion snorted. "If that's the case, why are you still asking?" Xianxia said sarcastically, "Let's just start fighting." As soon as he finished speaking, a light flashed in the divine realm tablet. Mo Xiaochuan and Xiaohuang Haolian came out one after another. Xiaohuang Haolian said angrily, "It's you again, you red-haired old ghost. When I was cultivating the essence of a godly technique to the point of perfection, you interrupted me." "Fuck!" Young Emperor Haolian cursed, but he did not dare to be careless. Red light flashed on his right fist, and a fist intent spread out. Mo Xiaochuan also drew his sky-destroying devil-rinsing sword. He raised his sword and glared coldly. The blood god sucked in a cold breath, and a faint trace of anger appeared on his face. Even a large sect like the Blood God Palace only had one 9th-tier Heavenly Master's giant astral ruler. Later, a warrior in the burial land had accidentally obtained a 9th-tier hammer and handed it over, and only then did they have two. Each of these people in front of him was a 9th-tier mystic artifact, and not only did Xianxia have a supreme-grade mystic artifact, but the power emanating from the 5 swords was also a genuine 9th-tier mystic artifact. This world is really unfair. Blood God roared in anger and revealed a ferocious expression. He sneered, "But it will be very fair soon. Blood Shadow Doppelganger Technique," he suddenly shouted. The clone of Blood God's body instantly split into 3 and attacked the 3 at the same time. Its speed was almost the same as Blood Escape, and it divided its power into 3 parts according to the strength it judged. Yunxiao's divine sense was extremely powerful, so he reacted in an instant. He leaned his body slightly to the side, but an attack from the blood god still pierced through his body. The blood light turned into thunder and lightning wherever it passed, and his whole body turned into a flash of lightning and fled. Don't even think about leaving. It seemed that the 3 clones could only hold on for a while. After attacking 3 people respectively, they immediately merged into one, and a powerful force pressed down on Yunxiao. He had learned his lesson this time. The Emperor Aura of the 9 heavens suppressed everything, and since he was so much stronger than Yunxiao, no matter how powerful he would have to surrender obediently under the power of the Emperor Aura. Young Emperor Halian's reaction was the slowest in the previous attack. He was directly hit by the blood-red light and sent flying hundreds of meters. Mo Xiaochuan, who had blocked the attack with his sword, was also knocked back dozens of meters. When he saw that Yunxiao was trapped, he was shocked and immediately thrust his sword at him. "It's useless. 1 star is a world. You're 2 levels lower than me. It's like the difference between cloud and mud." The blood god suppressed Yunxiao with one hand and used the same move with the other hand to disperse the Emperor Qi's power. Mo Xiaochuan was still stunned, and a murderous look flashed across his face. The entire sky turned blood-red under his killing intent. The rolling sea of blood seemed to come from the sky, directly surrounding Yunxiao and Mo Xiaochuan and beginning to wrap them up tightly. He kept trying to refine them with the power of bloodstain. He kept making hand seals, sending all kinds of blood seals into it. Childish! Bang! As Yunxiao's merciless sneer rang out, the blood that surrounded him exploded and walked out unscathed. The divine realm tablet in his hand flickered as he said with a sneer, "It's true that the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens suppresses everything, but this refers to everything in the world of the heavenly martial realm. It can't stop the power of the world from a supreme-grade, profound-level weapon." Bang! The bloodstains around Mo Xiaochuan were also immediately torn apart. The treasured sword in his hand was constantly clattering as he said coldly, "My heaven-destroying, devil-rinsing sword can restrain all the filthy energy in the world. If you're still an expert, don't play such child's play." The divine realm tablet in Yunxiao's hand materialized again, turning into a small mountain that broke through the sea of blood and pressed down like a mountain. No matter what, it would crush you into a meat pie. The scion was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He made up his mind and burned his blood essence, turning it into a fist. One of his arms was burning red as he punched out and roared, "Even if it's a transcendent-grade profound-level weapon, what right does a mere martial honor like you have to possess it? What ability do you have to unleash its power?" Boom! This time, in his anger, he could no longer care about anything else. He struck with all his might. Even though the divine realm tablet had activated the power of the world, it could not withstand his punch and slowly flew back, sending the counterforce directly to Yunxiao's body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot, his qi and blood boiling, and his skin began to emit golden light. "This body is so weak." Yunxiao was taken aback. In the backlash, his body seemed to have gained a tiny improvement that was hard to detect, but it was so subtle that he could not tell whether it was true or not. Could it be that the tyrant body tempering technique required constant fighting to stimulate the body? The scion of the blood god was also stunned for a moment. This kind of physical technique phenomenon was actually so similar to the legendary martial sovereign tyrant's technique. However, he couldn't care less about this. A look of great joy appeared on his face as he said ferociously, "This transcendent grade profound level weapon is indeed the same as ordinary profound level weapons. Can only be used in the hands of a strong person. Without this support, how can you fight with me?" His confidence was greatly boosted, and his momentum rose as he directly charged forward. Mo Xiaochuan was shocked. He raised his sword and blocked the attack. The sea of sword chi spread out and went for the blood god. Blood god snorted coldly. He didn't have to back down. The blood hand smashed down and shattered the sea of swords in one move. He clenched his fist and struck the sky-destroying devil-rinsing sword, generating a powerful weapon reserve that sent Mo Xiaochuan flying. Yunxiao was shocked. The blood god's combat strength was even above that of an ordinary 6-stars martial emperor. He was about to summon the divine realm tablet again when his heart trembled. He circulated his essence force, and the suppressed demonic energy suddenly spread out, growing uncontrollably and demonizing his whole body. The scion of the blood god looked at him sarcastically, intending to play with him like a cat toying with a mouse. Suddenly, his pupils widened, and he let out a cry of horror as he retreated. Yunxiao's entire body was occupied by the black demonic pattern, and his face gradually turned into Diez, with a ferocious look on his face. The third eye on his forehead suddenly opened, emitting a demonic blood-red light. "Ha! Ha ha! I really didn't expect you to be a fiend slave." He changed his hand seals and displayed a demonic seal that slowly emitted a black light. The scion's face was filled with fear. His originally red body suddenly began to emit a black demonic chi as he roared in shock and anger. "What demon slave? Shut up. What are you doing? Quickly stop." The black demonic chi slowly resisted the blood chi around him, and under the entanglement of the two colors, the blood chi actually showed signs of retreat. "Hee, I remember now. Ha ha ha." Yunxiao suddenly laughed. "When Dijia's clone fled, you were hit by a fatal blow, and the true devil's primordial chi entered your body. Although it can be suppressed normally, it's still stimulated when it comes to my demon lord, ha ha hee." His strange laughter was like the most terrifying thing in the world, causing the blood god's face to completely twist. "Ingluo, who are you? Why you Ingluo?" The blood god's voice became weaker and weaker, and he became more and more terrified. His entire body trembled, and the black demonic patterns were about to invade his entire body. "This servant! Why aren't you kneeling after seeing this lord?" Yunxiao's sudden shout was like a blow to the blood god's heart. He cried out in horror, then turned into a black beam of blood light and fled far away. He actually escaped. It seems that his demonization isn't complete enough. Yunxiao murmured to himself as he looked at the fleeing figure. At this moment, Haolian Xiaohuang flew back and said in surprise, "Young Master Yun, you beat him up and sent him running? How was that possible?" "Ah, you're wearing a kasaya." His pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of horror. Yunxiao's expression was very strange. Ignoring Haolian Xiaohuang, he snorted coldly and said indifferently, "What do you mean by pointing your sword at me?" Mo Xiaochuan's serious voice came from behind him. "Are you young Master Yun or the devil?" The sky-destroying devil-rinsing sword's cold blade was pointed at his heart on his back, and it exuded a powerful weapon reserve. Mo Xiaochuan believed that even if the person before him was a demon master, he would not be able to dodge his sword. "I hate the aura of your sword," Yunxiao said coldly. "Take it away. Of course, you're my master." "Oh? Really? But why do I feel like punching you when I see your face?" Mo Xiaochuan's expression was cold and unsightly. "Yes. I also want to beat him up." Young Emperor Haolian suppressed his anger and said, "Because you're really ugly." Yunxiao's face flickered as he sneered, "Regardless of who I am, do you really have the guts to kill me? If you pierce my heart, Yunxiao will die, but the demon lord will not." The muscles on his face suddenly froze because of a sharp pain in his back. Mo Xiaochuan's sword had already pierced through his body and stopped just a hair's breadth away from his heart. The waves of weapons' hidden power from the sword made him feel extremely uncomfortable. His face constantly twisted and changed as he roared, "I'm your master. Do you really dare to kill me?" Yunxiao's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. "I don't like to hear nonsense. I don't know why this sword is called the heaven-destroying devil-rinsing sword, but it seems to be related to you devils. If you really want to prove yourself, it's very simple. You have an East Ocean moon pearl on you. If you take it out, I'll believe you," Mo Xiaochuan said coldly. Yunxiao was slightly taken aback, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. He was very reluctant to take the moon pearl of East Ocean, but he could not help but take it with a thought in his mind. He turned his right hand over, and the pearl immediately fell into his hand. A beam of light emanated from the bead, growing stronger and stronger. Yunxiao's face was filled with fear and anger as he roared and tried to throw the bead away, only to find that he could not control his hand. Bang! Mo Xiaochuan unsheathed his sword and swung it down in the air, then slapped it on Yunxiao's shoulder. A wave of weapon essence spread out and finally suppressed the demonic aura. Yunxiao's face slowly recovered, and a look of shock and solemnness appeared on his face. "I didn't expect this demon to be so powerful. Although it's all demonic qi, there seems to be a huge difference. A demon master's power level and the purity of his demonic qi are far superior to ordinary demon slaves. I might have really gone too far this time." Mo Xiaochuan retracted his sword and heaved a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, the moon pearl of the East Ocean and my sword can still restrain you. I think you should take Miss Yunxiang with you. Your divine body of 9 yang is indeed unparalleled." Yunxiao frowned. The divine body of 9 yang has a very strong name in the history books. I'm looking forward to the day she achieves great success. Perhaps she will help us in subduing the devil in the future. In my current state, it looks like I'll have to find the 24 moon pearls as soon as possible. The scion of the blood god has been frightened away. Let's leave as soon as possible. Mo Xiaochuan and Xiaohuang Haolian entered the divine realm tablet while Yunxiao turned into a beam of light and quickly returned to the teleportation site. Due to an accident, the person in charge was seriously injured by Yunxiao, and the entire teleportation work was put on hold. It was not until Yunxiao returned that a great uproar was caused. Beneath the teleportation array, which had over 100 people, there had been a lot of noise and complaints. However, with his return, it suddenly became silent, and everyone revealed a look of fear. Many people stretched their necks to see if the blood god had returned. However, the result sent a chill down their spines. The two of them had gone out to duel, but only Yunxiao had returned. What did that mean? Even a fool could think of it, but there were no fools present, so they did not dare to think or believe it. A dignified 6 stars martial emperor had fought with this young man and had never returned? What had happened? Yunxiao landed lightly and headed toward the teleportation array. Voila! Everyone spread out with all their might, directly opening up a path that was more than 10 meters wide. No one dared to block in front of him or even beside him. The few blood god palace disciples followed his footsteps. They were so frightened that their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. Red Moon City. Teleportation array. Yunxiao walked straight into the teleportation array and uttered the words softly. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at each other in horror. So he was going to the Red Moon City. Could this person be from the Red Moon City? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Indeed, only the people of Red Moon City could be so awesome, so arrogant and domineering, and also have such tyrannical strength. Yes, immediately. The few blood god palace disciples hurriedly piled a large number of vitality stones in, eager to teleport this fiend away. A moment later, Yunxiao appeared in a huge square, which was the landing point of Red Moon City. Like him, people appeared from time to time, all of whom were travelers from all over the heavenly martial realm. Yunxiao raised his head and looked at the sky around him. A look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes as he sighed and said, "How many years has it been? I've come to the Red Moon City again. Ha! Come over. Come and get an ID card." Don't just stand there and block the way. Suddenly, a voice roared at him with the power of sound waves, pouring directly into his ears. Xianxia turned around and saw a long line not far away, all of whom were applying for temporary identity cards. The person who shouted at him was dressed in a tight suit, and a red moon was printed on the upper left corner, which was the symbol of the Red Moon City's forces. Red Moon City was a superpower, but it was also a super city. It occupied an area of no less than 1,000 miles, and its population was usually in the millions, more than 10 times the size of Xianxia City. This was because this was not only the power center of the Eastern Domain, but also the commercial center of the Eastern Domain. For the convenience of management, everyone who entered and exited had to apply for an identity card. Could be long-term or temporary. Just the income from the card alone accounted for more than 30% of the total annual income of the Red Moon City. It was definitely a big project to make a fortune. Everyone dared to be angry but did not dare to speak out. Over time, they got used to it. Xianxia frowned, and a bloodshot gleam flashed in his eyes. God knew how many martial artists in this kind of tight-fitting clothes he had killed the last time he came to Red Moon City, but they all ran away as soon as they saw him. Now, things had changed, and he was no longer the Gu Feiyong he used to be. Are you deaf? If you don't want to get a card, then get out of here. Go back to where you came from, the warrior said angrily. Xianxia walked toward the line obediently. He did not come to Red Moon City to cause trouble. Besides, if his identity was exposed, the people who wanted to kill him the most in the world would be from Red Moon City. TSK. This hot-headed ghostly appearance, like a country bumpkin who has never seen the world, the martial artist sneered and said to his companion, "This must be for the second miss again. A bunch of idiots. Why don't you take a look at your reflection?" The companion also laughed. "Haha, don't say that about him. I think that kid is also a pretty boy. Who knows, he might be able to get the second lady's favor. I'll go. There are so many pretty boys in the world. Aren't they all just three-legged toads? It's enough to deceive a village girl. But you still want to have any relations with Red Moon City? Even toads dare to dream. Haha, that's true. When the time comes, you and I will also go and register. Maybe the second miss will belong to us. Haha." Xianxia was speechless when he heard all kinds of mockery and ridicule, as well as some strange looks. He had only stopped for a few seconds on the teleportation array because he was sighing with emotion. Did he really have so many complaints to complain about? What? Just as Xianxia was feeling depressed, a man in a green robe in front of him suddenly gave him a few contemptuous looks, and there was an unspeakable look of ridicule on his face. "What's with that expression on your face, brother?" Xianxia asked curiously. "What's wrong with that? I hope you can dispel my doubts." The green-robed man spat out a word in disdain and said, "Act." Xianxia wiped his sweat and said awkwardly, "Brother, I really don't understand." Still pretending. He took out a supreme-grade primordial stone and handed it to the man in green, then said, "Brother, I really don't understand. Please explain in detail." The green-robed man was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise and joy flashed across his face. He turned his hand and put away the supreme-grade primordial stone. He coughed twice and said seriously, "So you really don't know, brother? But for such a big matter to be known by the whole world, could it be that you just came out of closed-door cultivation?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, I just came out of closed-door cultivation and came to the Red Moon City to buy some materials." "I see, it's excusable." The man in green came to a sudden realization. The second young lady of the Jiang family in the Red Moon City is going to have a martial contest to find a spouse. It has been announced to the world as early as a month ago. In the past month, countless young and handsome men have come to the Red Moon City. The prices of the restaurants and inns have directly increased by 100 times. Especially those inns with secret training rooms, they are 1,000 times more expensive than usual. Even the cheapest one costs 100,000 mid-grade primordial stones a night. Fuck! 100,000 yuan a night? Can I sleep with the lady boss? Xianxia could not help but curse out loud, feeling that it was incredible. Haha! I think I can add a little more. The green-robed man laughed. There is only 1 second miss of the Jiang family, Yunxiao said with a smile. Why don't they weigh their own abilities when so many people have come at once? Not to mention their strength, these people also have problems with their intelligence. Miss Jiang will never want them. The man in green laughed embarrassedly. Haha, people are curious and lucky. Who knows? Maybe a pie will fall into their hands if they're lucky? Even if it doesn't fall on my head. It's good to see who the flower falls on. So, brother, are you also here to try your luck? Yunxiao laughed. Ha ha ha. The man in green smiled. My luck has been pretty good recently, so I came out for a walk. Brother, you seem to be quite capable. Do you want to try your luck? A green light flashed in his hand, and a few thin booklets appeared. He said mysteriously, Come, as long as you give me one more supreme-grade origin stone, all this precious information will belong to you. He unfolded the books in front of Yunxiao one by one. I'll teach you how to kiss Jiang Ruobing. Jiang Ruobing I've been announcing to you for a long time. Do you know that? Guide to Chasing Women in Red Moon City? The time when I watched Yufei die with Jiang Ruobing. Yunxiao broke into a cold sweat as he quickly pushed her away and said, My luck hasn't been very good recently, and accidents happen wherever I go. I'd better not try my luck. Brother, keep it for yourself. The most important thing is to participate. All the best. What's wrong? You're not satisfied. The man in green raised his eyebrows as if he had understood what was going on. He smiled and said, It seems that brother is also an old hand. You don't even take a fancy to these small entry-level things. I have more. He flipped his hand and a few more books appeared. This time they were even more mysterious. He said in a low voice, This thing could have been created by a senior maidservant of the Jiang family of the Red Moon City. There were a total of 3 books, namely, A Deep Understanding of Jiang Ruobing's Personality and Preferences, Advanced Theory and Practical Course on How to Converse with Jiang Ruobing, and Analysis of the 5 Great Attractions of Picking Up Girls in Red Moon City. Yunxiao felt a little dizzy. He was about to get his temporary identity, but the other party was determined to sell it to him. So, he had no choice but to take out a supreme-grade primordial stone and exchange for it. That's the way. She's the second daughter of the Jiang family, a classic example of Bai Meifu. Which man wouldn't want her? The green-robed man kept the vitality stones with satisfaction. After receiving his temporary identity, he ran off like a wisp of smoke. Do you want a temporary identity or a permanent identity? The Red Moon City staff said indifferently, as if he was extremely tired of this job. I'll do a temporary one, Yunxiao said after a moment of thought. I'll leave after I buy some materials. N. The man threw out a crystal card and said, Record your personal information and leave your divine sense mark. People from the eastern region just have to pay 1,000 mid-grade primordial stones, and those from the outer region have to pay 5,000. Leaving a spiritual awareness imprint would basically record all of a person's characteristics and information. What was even more terrifying was that the other party could track your location through this crystal card. But none of this was a problem for Yunxiao. With his cultivation base in Alchemy, he could easily change and forge the records at will. 5,000 mid-grade origin stones? It's just a temporary status and it's already so expensive. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it to them, but he felt that it was too much of a scam. Charging 15,000 per person? No wonder Red Moon City could become one of the 7 superpowers. Why didn't they join the Merchant Union instead? The Merchant Union was even better at doing business and was even more shady. That's right. Usually, there are only 200 people in this region and 800 people in the outer regions. How did it suddenly increase so much? Many people behind him also complained about the rising prices. The cultivator raised his head and snorted coldly. If you're poor, then don't come to the Red Moon City. This isn't a place for you country bumpkins. Also, don't think that I don't know your intentions in coming to the Red Moon City. You're here for the second miss. For this reason, we've already prepared the information for you with the concept of quality service. Don't you need to pay for the information? He threw out a few books and said, Pay for the card. These materials are all supplementary. Yunxiao looked over and saw that they were the 3 books, a deeper understanding of Jiang Ruobing's character and preferences. His face immediately darkened, and when he turned around, the man in green had long disappeared. My lord, you see, I'm almost 100 years old, and I'm only an ordinary great martial master. It's impossible for me to participate in the joust for a spouse event. I don't want these books, but can you reduce the cost of the card? A trembling old man asked carefully. Pa! The staff member slammed the table and said angrily, Do the rules of the Red Moon City have to be broken for you, an old man who can't die? If you want to make an exception, you can go and get the City Lord's order. With the City Lord's order, you can make an exception. How could a person who had the ability to get the City Lord's handwritten order come to apply for a card and be exploited? At the teleportation array, there was a special mirror that could observe the strength of every martial artist who entered the teleportation array of Red Moon City. Once there was a martial honor cultivation level, there would be a special female servant to receive the guests. For those below the rank of martial honor, they would follow the regulations on the management of minions. They had to go through the relevant procedures and undergo unified management. Yunxiao had been using a secret technique to hide his cultivation base, so he was only a 5-star martial grandmaster. Even the mirror of truth could not reflect his cultivation base, which was why he was mistaken as a lackey and called here to apply for a card. After completing the temporary identity card, he headed to the exit. There was a crystal that was specially used to detect identity cards. He just had to place his card on it and he would be able to pass. The guard glanced at the crystal and looked at the information inside with a slightly surprised expression. He muttered to himself, Xiahou Jian? They were from the Xiahou family of Windfall City. They should have permanent identity cards. Whatever, it was probably the young master of the Xiahou family who had come out on his own to try his luck. Humph! House Xiahou is nothing but a grain of sand in the Red Moon City. The guard was only surprised for a moment, but he didn't care much and continued to check the people behind. A short but strong old man walked over with an unhappy expression. He kept mumbling, It's so expensive to teleport here from the Blood God Palace. It's all that kid's fault. He didn't even make it convenient for me to teleport here for free. Respecting the old and cherishing the young is a traditional virtue in the realm of heavenly martial arts. The young people nowadays are getting more and more unruly and indifferent. The man was the old man who had struck up a conversation with Yunxiao in the Blood God Palace and wanted to teleport with him. He took out a permanent identity card, swiped it on the crystal, and walked over, still grumbling. The guard could only hear him saying intermittently, I'm already so old, but I'm still not allowed to retire. It's too much for the chief to unilaterally delay my retirement age. God knows when the new palace master will come, and so on. The guard felt strange when he heard this. He looked at the crystal record and his expression changed slightly. Tyrannical Sky Tiger, the 5th brother of Death God Palace. After passing the teleportation array's checkpoint, they could be considered to have truly entered Red Moon City. It was a place full of flowers and brocades, with heavy traffic and bustling crowds, most of them in a hurry. However, there were also many young faces in the crowd, looking like they were leisurely shopping. They should be the young talents who had come after hearing the news. He didn't have any impression of the Jiang family's second miss. Judging by her age, this little girl had probably just been born when he came to the Red Moon City last time. The entire Jiang family system was huge, but Jiang Ruobing must be a blood relative of the Jiang family's direct line to be able to trigger such a big event. Peach fragrance, a specialty of Red Moon City. It's an authentic peach fragrant wine that can only be drunk in the City Lord's mansion. One mouthful is equivalent to a month's worth of cultivation. In a restaurant, dozens of jars of fine wine were neatly stacked outside, and a strong aroma drifted in. The waiter in front of the door shouted with all his might. This wine is brewed with the 100-mile peach flowers from the south of the Red Moon City. It's not only fragrant, but it's also refreshing and can quench one's thirst. During a happy occasion, of course, it's the fragrance of peaches. As Yunxiao smelled the wine, he seemed to be reminded of the scene. A lonely look flashed across his face as he stepped forward and said, 2 jars, please. All right, Your Excellency, one look and I can tell that you have a good eye. At such a young age, you already know what's good. After drinking our peach wine, you will definitely have good luck. With a wry smile, Xianxia put away the 2 jars of wine and sighed. Since you're here, let's go meet some good friends. He looked around and walked towards one of the shops. It was the place that sold and rented the south-pointing chariot. There was a clear rule in the Red Moon City that those who were not from the city were not allowed to fly in the air without permission. The entire Red Moon City was extremely large, spanning thousands of miles. Over the years, it had continued to expand. This meant that the south-pointing chariot had to be used for long distances. Moreover, this south-pointing chariot had an extremely good characteristic, which was that it could fly at a low altitude. However, a temporary identity card was also required to drive the south-pointing chariot. This way, he could grasp the movement of every martial artist in the city at any time. Xianxia bought the fastest one, and after inserting a temporary identity card into it, he suddenly spread his 2 iron wings and took off into the air, flying in a certain direction. There were south-pointing chariots flying around in the sky, all within a height of 100 meters from the ground. This was also the allowed altitude of the south-pointing chariots in Red Moon City. Once they went out of the range, there was a risk of death. After flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they arrived at a remote house. It was far away from the bustling downtown area of Red Moon City. There were several miles of fertile farmland, mountains, and lakes, just like a paradise. Xianxia landed gently and looked over. A peach tree was swaying in the breeze, with white tender shoots growing on its branches, which were reflected in the lake like a carved jade, emitting a warm green light. The faint fragrance of peach flowers and the faint sorrow lingering in the wind made Xianxia's melancholy drift away. On this day last year, in this sect, the human face and peach blossom reflected each other in red. My face has disappeared, but the peach flowers are still smiling in the spring breeze. He recited softly and went up to sit directly under the peach tree. He took out 2 jars of peach-fragrant wine and drank it alone. He sighed softly and said, I don't think the name of this wine is good at all. I think it should be called Sorrow of Intoxication. Xianxia picked up a jar and poured it into his mouth alone. He drank with great loneliness. Who is it? You actually came to this forbidden area. Suddenly, an extremely sharp voice resounded in the air, as if it had done something that made him extremely indignant, and it even trembled a little. A shadow flickered in the air. Without even seeing the person's face, the wind from the palm was sharp and merciless. The Emperor's chi was everywhere, locking down the space. Xianxia's body trembled. Although the voice was a little distorted due to anger, he had already recognized who it was. However, under the current circumstances, how could they recognize each other? How could the other party trust him? An old face flashed in front of his eyes, but it was more weathered and worn down by time than in his memory. AI! Xianxia let out a sigh as he opened the heavenly eye on his forehead. The power of thunder tribulation suddenly blasted out, immediately breaking a crack in the spatial seal of the Emperor Chi of the 9 heavens. Then, he turned into a thunderbolt and shot out a blue beam that covered 1,000 meters in an instant, causing the palm strike to miss. The newcomer's expression changed. If her palm power hit, it was very likely to destroy the surrounding objects. Her body twisted in the air forcefully and blasted the palm power into the lake. Boom! A shocking water dragon rushed up, hundreds of meters high. After it broke, it fell down like a waterfall, and water vapor scattered in the air. There were only 2 chapters left today, so he would continue to make up for it tomorrow. He still owed 4 chapters, and he would definitely finish them by this week. The lake water that was like a waterfall was like sparse rain, floating in the air. A beautiful woman in palace clothes stood by the lake. Her expression was cold, and her eyes flashed with coldness. Her hands formed a seal, and a force spread out from her hand seal. The water vapor that filled the sky behind her condensed and turned into a shocking dragon in the air, circling around her. Just as she was about to make a move, she suddenly saw a jar of peach wine under the peach tree. Her body trembled and she exclaimed, "W, who are you?" Voila, the stream of blue water fell into the lake and shattered into pieces. The wind blew past, and the fine threads fell like rain. Xiao looked at the familiar face, which had now become old, and sighed softly. He stretched out his hand, and a strong wind blew out. A falling leaf in the distance rolled into his hand, then gently folded it and put it in his mouth to blow. The breath shook the leaves, making a crisp sound, like a bird touching the water or an oriole chirping. In the drizzle and under the peach flowers, it gradually sounded. Her eyes, which were filled with killing intent, were gradually melted by the warmth in her heart under the music and the peach blossoms. The beautiful woman quietly listened to the drizzle, the peach blossoms, and the mournful chirping. The two of them were speechless. A faint sorrow lingered in the wind. The scene in front of them, accompanied by the soft sound, was cold and quiet. The one playing it was sad, and the listener was sad. After a long time, the song ended, and there was only the sound of the rain and the falling flowers. Xiao gently moved his hand, and the leaf was blown away by the wind. "Let's have a drink together." The beautiful woman reached out and removed the mud seal from the jar of peach wine under the peach tree. She took a sip and said, "This wine is fake. You've been tricked." "This is not peach wine," Xiao said with a smile. "It's called getting drunk and forgetting sorrow." The beautiful woman savored the name and said, "If there is such a wine in the world, then no matter how much money I spend, it will be worth it." She raised the wine jar and gulped it down, as if she was very happy. "But why can't I get drunk and forget my worries?" the beautiful woman asked. She was startled. She paused and suddenly said, "Do you know the difference between drinking and drinking?" A look of reminiscence flashed in Xiao's eyes as he took a big gulp of wine and said, "I heard from a friend that the more you drink, the warmer you feel, but water, the more you drink, the colder it gets." The beautiful woman was startled. She then laughed miserably and said, "But why is it that the more I drink, the colder this wine gets?" Xiao put the wine jar back under the peach tree and said seriously, "Because your heart has always been cold and has never been warm." The peach blossoms fell and the water trickled away. The two of them were speechless for a while. Humans have their joys and sorrows, and the moon has its ups and downs, Xiao thought. There are always regrets in life, but you can't always indulge in regrets. Then you will never be able to become a full moon and clear sky. The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with sadness as she muttered to herself, "Can my heart still be fulfilled? We can. It's because of him that your heart is complete," Xiao said seriously. "It's because of him that your heart is complete. If he was still alive, he wouldn't want to see you in this state. I still remember Morong Zhu's last words to you. Don't take revenge, don't hate, live on happily. This was his last hope, but you have disappointed him." The beautiful woman's body trembled violently, and her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She looked at Xiao and said, "It seems that you must be the descendant of an old friend on the Purple Cloud Peak outside of the Red Moon City. I wonder who your elder is?" Xiao's expression was a little strange as he said, "It's a little complicated, and I can't explain it at the moment. I only came here to pay my respects to Big Brother Morong Zhu." The beautiful woman nodded. "You've already expressed your feelings. No matter who your elders are, the few people on the Purple Cloud Peak were my good friends from the past. Please send my regards to him." Yes, Xiao nodded and said, "I hope you can get out of the moon soon and not sink into the abyss again. After all, there are many people who care about you in this world. As for this kasaya, you can keep it and slowly enjoy it. I hope it can help you forget your worries." Xiao gave the peach tree a brief look, then turned and left. The beautiful woman looked at his figure and frowned as she fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she said, "Since you are the descendant of my old friend, if you have any difficulties in the Red Moon City, you can come to me at any time." Xiao stopped and chuckled. "I do have something to do. If I can't do it, I won't be polite with you." Xiao's figure gradually disappeared in front of her eyes, and only a faint poem could be heard. "The joy of separation is the pain of separation, and there are even more foolish children. As the saying goes, The clouds cover 10,000 li. The snow covers 1,000 mountains. To whom does a shadow go? The beautiful woman was stunned when she heard this. She looked at the peach tree. After the drizzle, the flower buds bloomed one by one under the clear sky. She was dazed for a moment. Master! Suddenly, a melodious female voice sounded and a white figure flew down from the sky, gently landing in front of the beautiful woman. Those who could fly freely in the Red Moon City were either people of the Red Moon City or those who had the approval of the Red Moon City. A pure and pleasant face with a flawless and innocent smile pressed against her and said, Master, what are you thinking about? Why did it seem like it rained here? It's so clear. Only then did the beautiful woman slowly come back to her senses and smile. It's just that the air is a little dirty, so I just cleaned it up. Wash. The young girl rolled her eyes in a strange manner and her gaze fell on the peach tree. She exclaimed, Master, why did you drink? The beautiful woman was startled. She snorted and said, What's so strange about drinking? Master is in the mood. Can't we drink? The young girl pointed with her finger and said with a smile, Then why are there 2 jars? Master would definitely say to buy 2 jars to drink slowly. But why did they all open them? And they've all been drunk. The beautiful woman was speechless for a moment and said angrily, Do you need to meddle in your master's affairs? I'll drink as many as I like. The young girl smiled cheekily and hugged the bear-like woman. She said in a coquettish manner, What's the good news? Tell me quickly so that I can be happy too. I'm very curious who has such great ability to make Master's mood better. I must learn from him and make Master happy every day. There was no master-disciple rule between the two. Instead, they were like a pair of sisters, extremely close. The beautiful woman felt a slight warmth in her heart as she recalled what Xianxia had just said. After all, there are still many people in this world who care about you, and at least this disciple was one of them. She was a little curious, but she still kept a straight face and pretended to be angry. She snorted, Who told you that your master is in a good mood? Don't tell me that you're going to take the dye workshop just because I gave you some colors. The young girl laughed. Hee, master. The wrinkles on your face have betrayed you. Every time you smiled at me, the corners of your eyes would be wrinkled. I knew that master was faking a smile, pretending to be happy. But now, master was looking at me with a straight face, and I couldn't see any wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. So I knew that you were really happy. Ruobing hasn't seen master so happy for a long time. So I really want to know who has such great ability to make master really happy. The beautiful woman's body trembled slightly as she raised her hand to touch her cheeks. She was filled with infinite melancholy as she softly said, The corner of his eyes? It seems that master is indeed old. She couldn't tell if she was happy or sad, but her disciple cared so much about her and observed her so carefully, so she should at least be very pleased. Perhaps it was time for him to walk out of his lowest point, whether it was for himself, the people around him who cared about him, or even Brother Zhu's expectations of him. Seeing the beautiful woman's melancholy, the young girl immediately became nervous and anxious. She waved her hands and hurriedly said, Master isn't old at all. She's Ruobing's good elder sister. Ruobing has said the wrong thing. The beautiful woman glared at her and snorted, You're so rude. Tell me, what grievances do you have? Master, what do you mean by this? Can't I come to find you for no reason? The young girl said playfully, I don't come here every time I have something to do. The young girl immediately became unhappy. She turned around and went to the peach tree. Suddenly, she sniffed out of curiosity, then picked up the jar of wine Xianxia had left on the ground and was about to drink it. The beautiful woman wanted to stop her. After all, it had been drunk by a young man, and it seemed somewhat inappropriate, but it was too late. The young girl had already raised the jar and drank a mouthful. She usually drank wine with the glass and tasted it carefully. She had never drunk so boldly and rudely. She was not used to it, so she took a big gulp and choked on it. Her face suddenly turned red and she coughed violently. Master, is this really peach wine? How could it be so different from our Red Moon City's peach wine? The young girl only felt that it was extremely unsightly and did not want to drink a second mouthful. She looked at the label on the wine jar, and it indeed said, Red Moon City's Authentic Peach Wine. She immediately understood and called out, I know, we're drinking peach wine, and this wine is called Red Moon City's Authentic Peach Wine, not the same kind of wine. Master, am I right? The beautiful woman looked at her bitter melon-like face and chuckled. Right or wrong? This wine might have been called Red Moon City's Authentic Peach Wine, but now it's called Sorrow Drunk. At least that's what these 2 jars are called. Drunkard's Sorrow? The young girl was stunned. She carefully savored the name and lowered her head to look at the wine jar in her hand. She actually put it to her mouth and drank it again. Ruobing, are you troubled by your marriage again? The beautiful woman's heart trembled as she asked gently. This young girl was the main character who had attracted the attention of the world and filled the entire Red Moon City with young talents. Jiang Ruobing. She drank for a while. This time she had the experience of drinking from a jar, so she drank more smoothly. She drank a lot in one go before putting it down. She smiled and said, Master, this wine, I can indeed taste that kind of sorrow-forgetfulness from drinking it. The beautiful woman suddenly felt a pain in her heart and quickly snatched the wine away, gently saying, As a woman of the Jiang family, who can make their own decisions on their own marriage, not to mention the Jiang family, even in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts, which daughter of those superforces is not a bargaining chip for a marriage alliance? A stream of tears rolled down from Jiang Ruobing's eyes. As a woman of the Jiang family, although she is extremely glorious, only she knows the misery in her heart. What's the difference between this and raising a pig to be slaughtered? This is the fate of pigs, and it's also the fate of us women, the beautiful woman said. Back then, his master had wanted to break free from that fate, but he had caused the tragic death of the person he loved. He had felt guilty for his entire life. If I wasn't so stubborn back then, everyone would have been fine, and so many people wouldn't have died in the Red Moon City. What happened back then made her heart ache. Jiang Ruobing quickly wiped her tears and said, Master, I'm sorry. I've reminded you of sad things again. I should be the one saying sorry, Master. I've made you worry for so many years, the beautiful woman said with a smile. Jiang Ruobing was taken aback and said in surprise, Master, what happened? The beautiful woman nodded and said seriously, Master will no longer be immersed in the grief of the past. After drinking this wine of drunkenness, I will forget what I should forget. I, Ning Qiue, have returned. She exuded an indescribable majesty, and her entire temperament changed. She now had the demeanor of a peerless expert. Jiang Ruobing was in disbelief. She widened her eyes and said, I'm really curious. What kind of divine being came here and woke you up? Ning Qiue smiled and touched Jiang Ruobing's little face. This city is filled with young masters, and all the talents in the world are gathered here. Is there anyone you like? Jiang Ruobing's face turned red and she said angrily, They're all flirtatious young masters who rely on their aristocratic families. None of them have any real ability. How can I like anyone? Ning Qiue smiled and said seriously, Ruobing, you've also reached the marriageable age. If you don't get married soon, you'll be a leftover fighter. Although the women of great families were more restrained, they were at least better than many ordinary women. They could choose a woman of equal social status, peacefully take care of their husband and raise their children, and the husband would be noble and the wife would be honored. Could it be that those ordinary women could also choose their own destinies? Right now, almost all the talents in the world have gathered in the Red Moon City. You should observe carefully and choose one that is suitable for you. However, the premise is that the person must have great strength and extremely high potential for development, even if the background is not as good. Otherwise, not to mention your parents, even I will not agree. Jiang Ruobing curled her lips and snorted. If I can't find someone I like, I'll never marry him, even if I have to be the last guest. The last man is the king. I'll never marry him. Ning Qiue took her little hand and said softly, You don't have to worry too much. Master didn't care enough about you in the past. I'll definitely make the decision for you this time. If you don't like it, no one can force you. However, you must choose someone you like to marry. This joust for a spouse event has caused such a huge ruckus. If you can't choose your ideal husband, how do you want the Red Moon City to end this? Master, you're not helping me, Jiang Ruobing said anxiously. Since it's a martial contest for marriage, then naturally you have to win before you can marry me. Even if I have someone I like, what's the point if I can't win? All of the favorites to win the championship are either playboys or extremely ugly. They're not that strong either and rely on their family's equipment, pills, and cultivation techniques to survive. Putting all of that aside, they can't even beat me. Ningqiue's eyes lit up and she said, "Don't worry and go find him. As long as his aptitude and strength aren't too bad, Master will let him win. During this period of time, I will send people to gather the information of all the young experts who have entered the Red Moon City. You can make a good selection." Jiang Ruobing still wanted to say something, but Ningqiue stopped her. "That's it. Go back and wait for the news. Master will begin to handle this matter right away. I will definitely not let you suffer." After she drove Jiang Ruobing away, she looked at the 2 jars of wine with a strange expression and muttered to herself, "This kid looks like he's experienced, but under his young face, there's a feeling of vicissitudes. Which friend's junior is he? His appearance and skills are also top-notch. Although the strength of a 5-stars martial supreme is ordinary, he was able to escape from the power of my palm. That art of lightning is somewhat similar to the North Scorpion Sect's lightning transformation art. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that they have some connection with the Jiang family?" Ningqiue thought for a while and suddenly smiled. She said to herself, "Let me first collect all the information on this brat and see if Ruobing will like him." Her body became fainter and fainter under the peach tree, and finally disappeared, leaving behind only 2 jars of fine wine that emitted a faint fragrance. After bidding farewell to Ningqiue, Yunxiao took the south-pointing chariot and flew in the air. This kind of vehicle was very convenient, with all kinds of landmarks in the entire Red Moon City on it, and he could go there with just a casual point. He found the direction of the Myriad Treasure Tower and directly flew over. The Red Moon City was one of the main cities of the entire continent. Basically, all chambers of commerce, big and small, had branches. Some chambers of commerce even had their headquarters set up directly in the Red Moon City. Myriad Treasure Store's business was extremely good. The entire sales hall occupied tens of thousands of square meters, but there was still an endless stream of people, and it did not seem spacious at all. "Hello. How can I help you?" A quick-witted shop assistant came up to him and guided Yunxiao to the side, so that he would not be standing in front of the door and affect the way. "Do you have moon pearls from the East Sea?" Yunxiao asked directly. "There are too many goods. I'll go and look for what you need," the shop assistant said hurriedly. As a waiter, he had to be familiar with thousands of goods, but even so, he could not remember everything. There were still a large number of uncommon items that he did not know. Yunxiao nodded. This thing was quite uncommon. However, he didn't expect that the shop assistant would be able to find it. He only wanted to see the person in charge of their Red Moon City. Only then would it be possible to get it. However, if you directly asked to see the person in charge, the other party would ignore you. "Little brother, you're here to buy a set, right?" Suddenly, a man leaned over and looked around. He mumbled, "I'm from the Brutal Dragon Merchant Association. We have the exact same set of equipment. It's only worth half of the value of the 10,000 treasures store. The price of a first-tier profound armament and the quality of a 9th-tier profound armament is definitely worth it." Yunxiao was taken aback. With his powerful divine sense, he had long noticed that many people in the hall were discussing some suit. He also found it strange, so he asked in confusion, "What do you mean by set?" The man was taken aback. He gave Yunxiao a new look and said in disbelief, "You don't know about sets? Don't tell me you don't want to participate in the Jiang Second Young Mrs. Joust for a spouse event. You don't have to be afraid. If you want it, just say it out loud. Which man wouldn't want it? He just doesn't dare to. However, with our Tyrannosaurus Merchant Guild's Sure-Win set, this is no longer a problem." He took out a small booklet with the words "Certain Victory" written on it. He opened it one by one and explained, "Our Brutal Dragon Merchant Guild's Sure-Win set is divided into 3 levels. including weapons, armor, helmet, wrist guards, knee guards, and foot guards. There is also a pair of rings that increase strength and agility, as well as necklaces that increase resistance to various attributes. The weapons can be forged at any time according to your needs. The cost of buying one set is 60% of the cost of buying each set, which is almost half the price. The man blinked and smiled evilly. Hee, with this suit, it'll be hard not to get the second miss of the Jiang family. Pa! Just as the man was trying his best to promote his goods, someone patted him heavily on the shoulder. The guard of the Myriad Treasures store grabbed the booklet in his hand, looked at it, and coldly snorted. It's another scum who came to pull in my Myriad Treasure Tower's customers. Drag him out, beat him to death, and bury him in the backyard to raise tea. Ah, no, sir. Spare me. I won't dare to do it again, sir. The man trembled and begged for mercy. However, he was knocked unconscious and dragged out by a few warriors. The guard gave Xianxia a smile and said, "Don't be fooled, dear customer. Now, all the major chambers of commerce have launched their own arena suit. However, if you want to win, you must first choose our Myriad Treasures store's king's suit. If we compare the same quality, we will compare the price. If we compare the same price, we will compare the quality. If we compare the same price, we will compare the service. In short, we will let you buy it without worry and use it with ease. Your satisfaction is our greatest pursuit." "I'm not buying a suit," Xianxia said awkwardly. "That man was just trying to promote his suit. There's no need to kill him and feed him tea, is there?" He knew that Red Moon City produced a kind of blood tea, which was watered with the blood of martial artists. The stronger the martial artist was, the more fragrant and delicious the blood tea that was cultivated would be. It was a rare treasure and was one of the 3 best teas. "Humph!" The guard snorted coldly and said, "The business world is like a battlefield. If the people from other chambers of commerce dare to come to our place to attract customers, they're trying to cut off our source of income." Cutting off one's source of income was no different from killing one's parents. He wanted to kill our parents, so using his blood to water the tea leaves is letting him off easy. If our Myriad Treasure Stores people were to go to other chambers of commerce to attract customers, the result would be the same. Xianxia was stunned when he heard that. It seemed that disputes existed not only in martial arts, but in any place as long as there were benefits. It was a world of martial arts. The guard immediately changed his smile and said, "Customer, please take your time to choose. Myriad Treasure Tower's things are absolutely the best. There won't be any better." Xianxia nodded slightly and began to look at the shop. Basically, every batch of guests who came in would be greeted by a waiter, and the service attitude was excellent. The shop assistant from before quickly returned with an account book and said, "Look, there were 3 in stock in Haitian Town. Unfortunately, someone asked to buy them, so they were transferred here a few months ago and were bought. Now there is no stock in the entire eastern region. Myriad Treasure Store's sales desk account and logistics system were the best in the world." Xianxia looked at the account book and saw that there seemed to be more information in the last remark, but it was unfortunately blocked by the shop assistant. "Yes," Xianxia said. "Can you tell me the information of the buyer? This pearl is very important to me." The shop assistant hurriedly closed the account book and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir. We have to keep every customer's information confidential." "Well, what if I pay a high price for this information?" Xianxia asked, unwilling to give up. "No matter how high the price is, you can't buy Myriad Treasure Store's credibility," the shop assistant said with a smile. Xianxia had no choice but to give up. "I want to buy a large number of these bright moon beads. I wonder if I can meet the person in charge of your sect in the eastern region?" The shop assistant chuckled. "I'm really sorry about that. Our head shopkeeper is very busy. If you need it, you can pay a deposit and leave your address. We will send someone to inform you when we have the goods." Xianxia knew that he was declining. Perhaps the head shopkeeper was drinking with a girl at this moment, but he had no choice. Since there was no moon pearl of the East Sea in the entire eastern region at present, it was unlikely that there would be one in the near future. He took his leave and planned to visit all of these chambers of commerce that were at the top. He went to more than 10 shops in a row, and all of them were bought by someone. Moreover, the information of the buyers was very secretive. Finally, he found some information from a smaller chamber of commerce. 500,000 primeval stones? Do you think that the reputation of our chamber of commerce is only worth 500,000? 1 million. If it's okay, then it's okay. If it's not, then we'll get it. Add a little more to this Ingluo. 2 million. Money in one hand, information in the other. Xianxia immediately took out 2 million primordial stones. The shop assistant was overjoyed and whispered in his ear. The person who wants to buy this moon pearl is the servant girl of the Jiang family's current mistress. Xiao Mei. Are you sure? Xiao's face flickered. Are you sure? Hee. The shop assistant covered his mouth and snickered. How can I not be sure? That Xiao Mei has an affair with our manager. TSK. You haven't seen that little Mei's enchanting appearance. Every time I see it, it makes my heart itch unbearably. I really don't know what kind of good fortune our shopkeeper has cultivated in his life. It really makes others envious. Xiao could naturally see that the man did not speak, but there was a worried look on his face. He pondered for a moment and said, judging from the number of chambers of commerce he had visited, at least 8 of them had been purchased, and they had all been sold at the same time. This meant that it was definitely the mistress of the Jiang family. If it was really in the hands of the mistress of the Jiang family, it would be troublesome. Do I really have to ask Qiue for help? Not to mention my sensitive identity, even if Qiue were to come forward, she might not be able to get it. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly entered his ears. Boss, how much is your 6th-step suit? You've come to the right place. If we were to say that the 6th-tier suit in the entire Red Moon City is the 2nd cheapest, no one would dare to say that it's the 1st. The shop assistant ignored Xiao and hurried up to him. A man in a green robe was looking around the shop. The business here was much worse than that of the big chambers of commerce. If a small shop like this wanted to compete and survive, they could only improve service and reduce prices. Ah, it's you. The man in green was the one who had sold 3 secret books on picking up girls to Xiao earlier. When the two met, he immediately looked a little embarrassed and said with an embarrassed smile, Haha, the Red Moon City is so small. It's really a small world. Xiao's face darkened as he said coldly, You cheated me of my primeval stones. How can you say that I'm lying? Did I force you to buy it? The green-robed man cried out, feeling wronged. He rolled his eyes and smiled. That's right. I'll take you to a good place. I guarantee that the chances of you winning the joust for a spouse will be much higher. Without giving him a chance to explain, he pulled Xiao and ran out, ignoring the man's desperate shouts behind him. The two of them ran through the city at an extremely fast speed for a while, and when they came to a courtyard, the man in the green robe gave Xiao a meaningful look and said, I couldn't tell that you're a 5-stars martial grandmaster, but your foundation is quite deep. You didn't even take a breath to keep up with my pace. Xiao scanned the courtyard with his divine sense and found that it was very wide, with at least dozens of warriors gathered there. However, their strength was very limited, with only a few of them being martial honors and above. What is this place? Follow me in and you'll know. The man in green led him straight in. There were a few guards inside, and when they saw the man in green's appearance, they nodded their heads to show their goodwill. The two of them went straight into one of the main halls, and the man in green shouted, Register, register. Don't sleep anymore. We have a new friend. A slightly fatter martial artist was sleeping on the table. The man in green kicked him and woke him up. The fat man hurriedly made a few moves, thinking that he had encountered an enemy. The man in green sighed in relief and said, Wen Lin, you bought your suit. The green-robed man, Wen Lin, snorted. I don't have enough money. I brought a new friend to join the guild. Hurry up and get an identity. The fat man gave Xiao a contemptuous look and snorted. However, you're a 5-stars martial grandmaster. Your recommendation fee is only 50,000 medial-grade primordial stones. He took out a storage bag, which contained 50,000 primeval stones, and threw it over. Xiao nearly fainted. He still did not understand what kind of organization it was, but he already knew the reason why Wenlin had pulled him here. It turned out that he was here to earn the introduction fee. Having been exposed by the fat man, Wenlin scolded awkwardly, "You damn fat pig! Do your thing. Don't talk about things you shouldn't talk about." He happily took out the storage bag and carefully counted it, clearly not at ease with the fat man. The fat man glanced at Xianxia indifferently and said arrogantly, "Where's your ID card? Take it out." "What?" Xianxia blushed with shame. "What kind of meeting is this? What organization? What are you doing? He didn't tell you?" The fat man was stunned. He pointed to the side and realized that the Wenlin had already run far away. He couldn't help but curse a few times, then said, "It doesn't matter. It's the same if I tell you now. Our organization is the savior of a country bumpkin like you. The date of the goddess's groom search competition is getting closer and closer. Do you have the confidence to defeat the young masters of the 7 superpowers? There are also 7 geniuses from the younger generation of the Eastern region who are known as the 7-star children. They have all come for this. If you go to the arena tournament, do you have the confidence to win against these people?" Xianxia shook his head. He would not participate in any arena tournament at all. As for the 7 stars of the Eastern region, he had never even heard of them. He guessed that they were probably the same as the 4 prodigies of the North. As the direct daughter of the Jiang family of the Red Moon City, it was normal for Jiang Ruobing to attract the attention of these top forces. "This is right. We don't have a good background. We don't have powerful parents. We don't have a master who can call the wind and summon the rain. We can only rely on ourselves," the fat man said. His eyes revealed a determined look as he clenched his fist and said, "We were all born in poverty and were not talented martial artists. However, we had a common goal. We all gathered together because we liked Goddess Ruobing. We wanted to stay together and fight against those tall, rich, and handsome men together. Our organization is called Ice Cube, the most loyal fan group of the goddess. Xianxia, he. The fat man's blood began to boil as he spoke. "I, Zhu Jingyi, am also the most loyal fan of the goddess. The purpose of our ice cube is to become the most powerful and loyal guard of the goddess." "Awoo!" He couldn't help but howl on the table. Xianxia wiped his cold sweat and said awkwardly, "Then you've got the wrong person. I don't even know what Jiang Ruobing looks like. And I'm not interested in joining the joust for a spouse event. Brother Fatty, goodbye." He turned around and was about to leave. Even though Zhu Jingyi was scarily fat, he was still quite agile. He scuttled in front of him in an instant and extended his hand to stop him. "You can't leave. Wenlin has already received the introduction fee, so you must join the association, or else you'll have to pay 10 times the compensation." Xianxia was speechless. "It's getting weirder and weirder," he said coldly. "Are you a fan club or a cult? I think you guys are using the name of a fan club to do evil things." The murderous aura on his body dispersed slightly. Zhu Jingyi was shocked and his heart felt as if it had fallen into a deep abyss. A huge wave of fear hit him, causing all the fat on his body to shiver. A huge wave was set off in his heart. How could a 5-stars martial grandmaster have such a powerful aura? Zhu Jingyi was going to stop Xianxia, but now he was trembling with fear just by sensing the other party's aura. He did not dare to make a move, so he said in a hurry, "Don't go yet. We're a genuine fan club, not a cult. I can prove it." Xianxia was about to leave when he heard the man say that he had proof. He could not help but ask curiously, "What evidence do you have?" Only then did Zhu Jingyi realize that the aura had disappeared. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. The fat on his face trembled as he said, "Our Ice Cube organization and Goddess Ruobing's personal maid, Little Shui, would often communicate with each other. Little Shui would also often bring us the latest news about the goddess, as well as the goddess blessings and expectations for us." Xianxia, he. When Li 11 saw Xianxiao's stunned look, he thought that he had been tempted. So he immediately grinned and said, "Hee, aren't you tempted? As long as you add our ice cubes, you might be able to see the true face of Goddess Ruobing one day. You might even be able to get a portrait of the goddess." He revealed an excited expression, as if he had already obtained it. "It's the servant girl again," Xianxia said in embarrassment. His mind began to work. At present, he knew that the entire Crimson Moon City, or even the entire eastern region's East Sea Moon Pearl, was in the hands of the Jiang family's female lead of the Crimson Moon City. This female lead should be Jiang Ruobing's mother. Perhaps he could find a way to get the East Sea Moon Pearl through this fan group. He didn't want to find Ning Qiue unless it was absolutely necessary. His old friends and the things that happened in the past might have faded with the death of Gu Feiyong. He didn't want anything to happen to Ning Qiue's life. "If I join the association," Xianxia said, "will I be able to see Xiaoxue?" Zhu Jingyi quickly nodded his head and said, "Of course you can. However, Ingluo Sister Xiaoxue will only meet with everyone. If you want to get closer to Sister Xiaoxue, you have to become a high-ranking member of our organization." "How can I become a senior member?" Xianxia asked. "How can I become a senior member?" Zhu Jingyi smiled and said, "As long as you have enough contributions or abilities, you can choose one of the two. To become an officer, one must either have the cultivation of a martial honor or earn 10 million mid-grade primordial stones for the organization." Yunxiao's face immediately darkened. This was not a fan club but an out-and-out cult. Suddenly, a doo-doo sound rang out in the courtyard. It was short and hurried, and it was very disturbing. Zhu Jingyi's expression changed and he said in surprise, "It's a summoning signal. Maybe Sister Xiaoxue is here. Go and take a look. You're really lucky." With a flash of his fat body, he was so agile that he went to one of the halls without paying attention to Yunxiao. Since Yunxiao was here, he might as well see what kind of person Jiang Ruobing's maidservant was. Perhaps he could use this as a breakthrough point. He followed the fat man, Zhu Jingyi, into the hall. Right above them, a man was playing a small flute-like musical instrument. He compressed his vital qi into the instrument, producing a great vibration effect that could be heard by everyone in the large courtyard. Soon, more than 100 people gathered in the hall, making it seem a little cramped. Yunxiao spread out his divine sense and found that most of them were martial emperors, and all of them were young, with looks of anticipation on their faces. There were a few older men sitting arrogantly at the top, their faces full of pride. They were the so-called administrators. Only 4 of them were martial honors, and the other 3 were probably promoted because they had contributed more primordial stones. The person who played the flute was clearly also an administrator. When he felt that there were enough people, he stopped playing the flute and said loudly, "Please welcome Big Brother Xinghua and Big Sister Little Snow. Pa pa pa." The crowd gave a round of applause. A handsome man walked out from the back hall with a smile on his face and made an inviting gesture. A woman in plaid clothes came out right after, also smiling from ear to ear. The two seemed to be having a very happy conversation. Yunxiao's eyes almost fell out of his head. This wasn't a little snow, it was a snowball. If not for the fat man, Zhu Jingyi, who was right beside him, he would have thought that Zhu Jingyi had gone up the stage. The fat man beside him looked at the stage with bright eyes and revealed a look of worship. Yunxiao's face darkened, and a great doubt grew in his heart. Is this snowball really a maidservant? How could he serve Miss with such a body? Yunxiao sized him up and thought, she probably couldn't even bend her waist, right? Yan Xinghua, who was on the stage, was obviously the leader of this fan club. He was also a 7 stars Marshal Supreme. Judging from his age, he could be considered a genius, but he was far from the top of the mainland. If they really wanted to go up the arena to compete for a spouse, it was indeed not enough for those great aristocratic families to look at. Yan Xinghua raised his hand to signal for the applause to stop. He smiled. Welcome, Sister Xiaoxue, to our Ice Block fan club again. This time, we have Goddess Ruobing's consoling and well wishes. When everyone heard this, they were all excited and shouted, little snow, Goddess. Zhu Jingyi's blood was also boiling as he shouted, Goddess, Goddess. For the sake of Goddess Ruobing and Sister Xiaoxue, we're willing to go through fire and water. That snowball also laughed until her facial features were all gone. It was impossible to tell if her mouth was open or not. Only her chuckling voice could be heard as she said, "Miss asked me to say hello to everyone. Thank you for your support and love for our Miss. Miss Ruobing also likes everyone very much." Woo. Zhu Jingyi suddenly howled like a wolf, instantly pushing the atmosphere to a peak. Everyone was shouting madly, as if they had gone crazy. Yunxiao frowned. Under his divine sense, he found that these people were very normal, and there was no mental damage or evil spell. Were they really fanatical fans? Snowball was so happy that it could not close its mouth. In fact, Yunxiao did not know if she had opened her mouth, but it was all fat anyway. However, Miss has been very distressed because of a matter recently. She doesn't have time to eat or drink. All the voices suddenly quieted down. The administrator who had gathered everyone with his flute stood up and said in a deep voice, "Sister Xiaoxue, please tell us what exactly is troubling Goddess Ruobing. As long as we, the Ice Block fan group, can do our best, we will do it even if we have to die 1,000 times." "Yes, what is it? Even if it costs you 10,000 lives." The crowd also echoed and shouted. Snowball was touched. "Thank you, everyone. If Lady Ruobing knew that you were such loyal subjects, she would definitely be touched." "Have you all heard of the Silver Moon Clan?" Everyone frowned and began to discuss in low voices. It seemed that many people had some understanding of this sect. Yan Xinghua made a silent gesture and said, "The Silver Moon sect is a well-known sect in the eastern region. Most of them are female cultivators, and it is said that they have a despicable dual cultivation technique, which uses men and women to achieve the purpose of cultivation. I don't know if it is true or not." "That's right," Big Sister Snowball said with a straight face. Furthermore, the young master of the Silver Moon Clan, Nalan Jishuan, has also come to the Red Moon City and wants to participate in the young ladies' groom search competition. Yan Xinghua's face was filled with anger. How can we let such an evil person fight in the arena? However, why does the name Nalan Jishuan sound like a woman's? "That Nalan Jishuan is a woman," Fat Sister Snowball said angrily. This was also the reason why the young miss was so angry. Red Moon City's announcement to the world about the joust for a spouse was slightly negligent. It only required young talents under the age of 30 and did not state that it must be a man. That Nalan Jishuan took advantage of this loophole, so everyone knows what it means. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva and was rendered speechless for a moment. They could only feel erotic scenes flashing through their minds. Two peerless beauties in light gauze and thin clothes. Cough, cough, cough. Yan Xinghua coughed a few times and said, "Nalan Jishuan is too much. I heard that she's also a stunning beauty. We will never allow such a waste of resources to happen. Sister Xiaoxue, please tell us what we should do." Chubby Sister Snowball smiled and said, "Miss has already inquired about Nalan Jishuan's residence in the Red Moon City. I hope everyone can help Miss solve this problem." Yan Xinghua revealed a knowing smile. "Ha. Sister Xiaoxue, please go back and tell Goddess Ruobing that the Ice Block fan club will definitely help her complete this task." The fat on Big Sister Snowball's face twitched. "Then I'll have to trouble everyone. I'll definitely report everything that Big Brother Xinghua and everyone else has done for the young lady." Yan Xinghua and the rest of the secretaries quickly became humble. Big Sister Snowball seemed to be very happy. She didn't stay any longer and left after giving everyone some encouragement. The hall was filled with discussions about the Silver Moon Clan. Everyone had their own opinions. Yan Xinghua's eyes swept across the room. "Everyone, what we have to do is clear. That Nalan Jishuan must stop her from participating in the joust for a spouse festival. Otherwise, it would be unacceptable. Leave this to us." The Ice Cube, under his lead, everyone was full of fighting spirit. They rushed out of the hall with a look that they would not hesitate to go through fire and water for their goddess. Yunxiao stood there in shock. It would be too nonsensical to follow her. His divine sense had already sensed the direction in which the Fat Sister Snowball was heading, and it was pointing to the City Lord's mansion of Red Moon City, which was indeed a member of the Jiang family. However, he also noticed a detail. Even though Big Sister Snowball was riding a south-pointing chariot, the height it was flying at was far beyond the allowed range. It seemed that this person could really be Jiang Ruobing's servant girl. "Brother, hurry up and leave." Zhu Jingyi patted Yunxiao's shoulder heavily and cried out, "This is a good opportunity to make a great contribution. If you can perform well, not only will you be promoted to an officer, but you will also be invited to the city lord's mansion to meet Goddess Ruobing." "What?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "There's such an opportunity? Has anyone been there?" "Of course," Zhu Jingyi said proudly. "We're the most loyal fan club under Goddess Ruobing. Brother Yan Xinghua and a few other secretaries have been summoned by Goddess Ruobing before. What an honor it is. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil." Zhu Jingyi didn't say anything and pulled him along with the rest of the team. Although the management of the Red Moon City was strict, all kinds of grudges and enmities had never stopped. The city lord's office would not step in to deal with this kind of matter. They were only responsible for the safety of the Red Moon City and the safety of some innocent people. After all, ordinary mortals made up the largest population base, and they were all under the protection of the three big families of the Red Moon City. Yan Xinghua threw out a 7th-grade Golden Sun battleship. It was slightly damaged, but it was still very impressive. Hundreds of people boarded the chariot and headed for the Silver Moon clan. Yunxiao noticed that there was a permit sign of Red Moon City on the Golden Sun warship, which allowed it to fly independently without any restrictions. However, it still tried to control its flight altitude to a low point. Soon, it arrived above a building, which blocked the sunlight and cast a shadow on it. The cultivators in the building below seemed to have sensed something, and a few figures rushed out directly. They were all young women. Each of them had graceful figures and extraordinary looks. All of them were carefully selected existences. "Who dares to circle in the sky above my Silver Moon clan? Quickly come down." A woman shouted softly, her face full of anger. "Humph! The sky above your Silver Moon clan? This is the Red Moon City. The entire sky belongs to the Red Moon City. Where is your Silver Moon sect? Let's go." Yan Xinghua shouted and turned into a ray of light. Hundreds of martial artists also moved out and surrounded the entire building. The expressions of the 4 female disciples of the Silver Moon sect changed drastically. These people in front of them weren't weak, and each of them had a fierce look in their eyes. They sized them up from head to toe with ill intentions, causing the 4 of them to feel scared. "May I know who you are? Could it be that my Silver Moon clan has offended you in some way?" A melodious voice rang out like music, warming everyone's hearts and making them feel like they were bathing in a spring breeze. The murderous aura around them was immediately reduced by more than half by this voice. Yunxiao was a little surprised. There was no enchantment in the voice, but it had a natural seductive effect. It seemed that Nalan Jixuan was either talented or had cultivated the cultivation technique of the Silver Moon clan to a certain realm. "Nalan Jixuan, what are you here for?" Yan Xinghua snorted. "Are you here for the goddess Jiang Ruobing?" A faint and beautiful figure flashed in the sky, and a sweet fragrance came over. A figure in white appeared in front of everyone, and her every frown and smile revealed a soul-stirring temperament. It was Nalan Jixuan. She stared at everyone and asked in confusion, "I'm here for Sister Ruobing. What's wrong with that?" Yunxiao's pupils constricted. Nalan Jixuan was actually an 8 stars martial supreme, and her body was slender and alluring, and her every move was filled with tenderness and love. Obviously, she was not an ordinary person. Although she was sleeping soundly and her face was as smooth as cream, at a glance, an expert could tell that she was still a virgin. She was definitely not cultivating some evil technique that allowed men and women to have sex, as Fat Sister Snowball had said. As expected. "Do you think it's inappropriate?" Yan Xinghua's face broke into an evil smile. "Now we're officially inviting you to come with us. We'll let you out after the joust for a spouse festival is over. During this period of time, we brothers will serve you well." Nalan Jixuan didn't know what Yan Xinghua meant by serve, but she was immediately enraged. She snapped, "Shameless brat! You deserve to die." She attacked in an instant. A long sword was unsheathed and stabbed towards Yan Xinghua. She could tell at a glance that this person was the leader of the group and the most powerful one. That was why she wanted to capture the leader first. The sword chi immediately created a vacuum. The people around did not dare to face it and scattered. Yan Xinghua retreated. With a flash of white light, a blade emerged from his hand to block the attack. His cultivation was 1 star lower than Nalan Jishuan's, so he didn't dare to be careless. He attacked with all his strength and shouted in the air, "Let's go together. For the goddess! For the goddess!" Everyone roared and rushed towards the 4 women and the building as if they had taken drugs. The martial supremes helped Yan Xinghua deal with Nalan Jishuan. The scene of a group fight with hundreds of people unfolded in an instant. Several figures flew out of the building again. This time there were 4 men whose strength was only at the initial stage of martial honor. "Humph! It's indeed a place to hide filth," Yan Xinghua cursed sarcastically. All kinds of unpleasant words came out of his mouth one by one. The saber in his hand became fiercer and fiercer, forcing Nalan Jishuan to be on the defensive. With the fierce attacks of several executives, she was suddenly at a disadvantage. After a few moves, Nalan Jishuan was in danger again and again. How could she not know that the other party's curses were to disturb her mind? However, those words were really unpleasant to hear. Moreover, he used a certain sound wave attack, which directly entered her ears. She was so embarrassed that her face was red, and her hands were in constant danger. The other 100 or so people had also defeated the 4 female disciples in an instant. Fortunately, the 4 men who attacked later were all martial venerables. With just a look at their domains, they could suppress almost everyone, forcing the few people who were besieging Nalan Jishuan to separate and deal with them. This made the situation for the better for Nalan Jishuan. Yunxiao could already tell that this ice organization was by no means a good person. On the contrary, although the people of the Silver Moon clan all had evil enchantment on their faces, they looked much more upright. Finally, just as Nalan Jishuan was in danger, he flicked his finger and a bolt of lightning shot out. Before anyone could react, it struck Yan Xinghua's blade, causing it to tremble. The blade tilted and missed the killing intent. Yan Xinghua was shocked. He quickly pulled out his blade and put it in front of him to defend himself. He was afraid that the person in the dark would attack him. He shouted angrily, "Who is it? Who was it? Get the hell out here." Nalan Jishuan, on the other hand, was still in a state of shock. If it weren't for someone's help, even if she didn't die under the knife, she would have been seriously injured and captured by the other party. She looked around gratefully, trying to find her benefactor, but she couldn't see him. She could only thank him in the air. "I, Jishuan, thank you for saving me, sir." "Hee, it's nothing. Little sister Jishuan, you don't have to be so polite." A response came from the sky, followed by a ray of light. A young master appeared in the sky and slowly descended. He had a full smile on his face and was waving a feather fan in his hand. Yunxiao was speechless. He was the one who did it, but there were still so many shameless people in the world. It seemed that this guy was not a good person. "So it's one of the 7-star children of the eastern region, Shimin Jinling." Nalan Jishuan was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, young Master Shimin. Jishuan is very lucky to have you to save her." The 7-star children of the eastern region were like the 4 prodigies of the north region. They were the 7 strongest people among the younger generation. Although they might not be the strongest, they were at least well-known figures and lived up to their names. Shimin Jinlin was secretly proud of himself for being praised, and he said humbly, No, little sister Jishuan, you're too kind." Yan Xinghua's expression darkened. "Shimin Jinling, you have to think it over," he said. "Humph." Shimin Jinling's face was full of contempt as he mocked. "What's there to worry about when dealing with trash like you?" He flipped his feather fan and smacked Yan Xinghua with a single move. His aura was so strong that it suppressed the other party. Yan Xinghua was so shocked and angry that he didn't dare to take it head-on. With a light tap of his foot, he retreated. Shimin Jinling's confidence and momentum increased after he forced his opponent to retreat with one move. He sneered, "Jumping clown. I'll take your life within 10 moves." The purpose of his visit was for Nalan Jishuan, but he didn't expect that the heavens would give him a chance to save the damsel in distress. He was overjoyed. Moreover, His opponent's strength was already like an arrow at the end of its flight after the battle with Nalan Jishuan. This was a great opportunity for him to show off. Therefore, in addition to being fierce, he tried to choose those martial skills that looked graceful and heroic. Gold and white jade by songs and laugh. The moon is light when drunk. Shimin Jinlin opened his feather fan and pressed forward, forcing Yan Xinghua into a corner. He laughed proudly. Haha, I don't need 10 moves. It seems like this move will do. Yan Xinghua was shocked. The power of the fan had sealed off all his escape routes. The pressure alone was enough to suffocate him. He felt his scalp go numb. He roared and raised his saber to fight back. Bang! The two of them shook their weapons, and a force spread out from the center. Shimin Jinlin's expression suddenly changed as he felt an indescribable pressure falling on him like a mountain. The power of his fan instantly collapsed. The force didn't reduce and directly hit his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He fell in front of Nalan Jishuan's feet like a dog. Young Master Shimin, are you all right? Nalan Jishuan was shocked and quickly went forward to help him. Shimin Jinlin's internal organs were damaged as a large amount of vital qi entered his body. He coughed up blood and shouted, I'm fine. He trembled as he stood up, trying his best to make his posture more elegant. What's going on? How did this person suddenly become so strong? Shimin Jinling and Nalan Jishuan were both shocked. Yan Xinghua also stood there in a daze. He couldn't figure out how he had managed to injure Shimin Jinlin, who was at the peak of 8 stars martial supreme, with a single slash. He looked around in a daze. Other than the newly joined 5-star sect, there was no one else behind him. Yun Xiao sneered in his heart. You'll be struck by lightning for acting tough. Ha! It seems like the heavens are helping me. Yan Xinghua laughed hysterically. Nalan Jishuan, let's see who else will come to save you. You can give me the primordial yin qi that you've cultivated with your wonderful nascent embryo technique. He raised his saber again and slashed. The saber qi drew a long rainbow in the air and directly covered the two of them. Nalan Jishuan's face turned pale. She was invited to the Red Moon City just to have a heart-to-heart talk with her good sister, Zhang Ruobing. She didn't have any experts to protect her. She didn't expect that she would be intercepted and killed, and it was for her qi of origin. This made her even more ashamed and angry. The Silver Moon sect's wonderful girl origin technique was the most suitable for women to cultivate, especially women with a yin body. If a woman cultivated it to the maximum level and slept with a man for the first time, she would give a trace of her origin embryo to the other party, which would bring unimaginable benefits to the other party's cultivation. Therefore, the Silver Moon clan's female disciples were resources that all the major sects on the continent would go after like a flock of ducks. The development of the clan also benefited from these female disciples to a certain extent. Nalan Jishuan, on the other hand, had a primordial yin body. After she mastered the wonderful girl nascent embryo technique, she could bring immeasurable benefits to her husband. She could even let a martial honor directly break through to the martial supreme realm. Therefore, she had always been regarded as the most precious treasure of the sect. Usually, the elders of the sect would follow her and protect her. She did not expect that this would be the only time she had no one following her. If her origin core was taken away, not to mention the sect would treat her like dirt, even she herself would not be able to live in humiliation. Shimin Jinlin suddenly shouted. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he immediately jumped up and tried to escape. He kept shouting, "Little Sister Jishuan, I'll call for someone to save you and take revenge for you." He originally came to get close to Nalan Jishuan, but at this moment, his life was obviously more important. Since the other party's target was Nalan Jishuan, they would not chase after him. Nalan Jishuan was stunned for a moment, and a trace of bitterness and confusion appeared in her eyes. Was this man really the one who saved her just now? Yan Xinghua's eyes glinted. Although he wanted to kill Shimin Jinlin as well, his top priority was to snatch Nalan Jishuan's primordial yin to break through to the martial supreme realm. At that moment, Yun Xiao was about to make another move, but his body suddenly froze and he dropped his arm, because he sensed a familiar aura. A domineering aura descended from the sky. A long spear rushed into Xianxia's saber chi like a dragon. It shook the saber and pressed down. Bang! The saber was broken by the spear's momentum. Then, the dragon-like spear's power exploded. An unparalleled dragon's power spread out, causing Xianxia to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was thrown back with a face full of fear. A man appeared beside Nalan. He pointed the long spear in his hand at the ground and lifted it up. A lightning-like force burst out from the ground and shook the entire way, breaking the air. Xianxia was shocked. His body flickered and he turned into a beam of light to escape. At the same time, he shouted, "Retreat!" When the members of the Ice Cube saw that their big brother had run away, they immediately became a motley crew and scattered like birds and beasts. The chubby Zhu Jingyi was among them, and he was not slower than anyone else. Yunxiao gave the man a look and was about to turn and leave when an aura suddenly locked onto him. It was the man with the spear, and he said coldly, "You still want to escape after seeing me?" Yunxiao felt as if there was a dagger on his back. He did not need to turn his head to know that the spear was pointed at him. Hee. Yunxiao slowly turned around and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Brother Luo to still recognize me." "Humph. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. My heavenly spirit ring was destroyed by you." The man shook his spear, and cold air immediately came out of it as he pointed it at Yunxiao's throat. A handsome face appeared in front of Yunxiao's eyes. It was Luo Qingyun, one of the little companions who had gone on an adventure with him in Mount Meru. Nalan Jishuan felt an indescribable sense of gratitude after surviving the disaster. She slowly walked up and nodded. "So it's Brother Luo Qingyun. Thank you for saving my life, Brother Luo." However, she also felt that it was very strange and said, "Brother Luo, do you know this person?" In her eyes, Yunxiao was just a trash of a 5-stars martial grandmaster, and he was in the same group as the person who wanted to capture him. An extreme disgust rose in her heart, and she frowned. Shimin Jinling, who was still a distance away, had not run far. This sudden change in situation made his face turn pale. Then various colors appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with gloom. He didn't want to see this ending. His fear of death was exposed in front of so many people. He couldn't wait for Nalan Jishuan to be captured by that person to break her primordial yin. He didn't want her to be saved by others. Where would he put his face? This time, he didn't know whether to continue running or not. He just stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. "Brother Luo, how have you been? Your spear is too sharp. Be careful, it might accidentally fire. Please don't hurt me." Yunxiao laughed and leaned slightly to avoid the spear. Luo Qingyun snorted coldly. The tip of the spear moved with Yunxiao's movements, but he refused to put down the spear. "You destroyed my heavenly spirit ring that day. If I remember correctly, you have a lot of treasures on you. You can just give me 3 or 4 as compensation." He had also seen Yunxiao collect a large number of treasures in Mount Meru. However, it had been a long time since he had broken through to the martial honor realm, while Yunxiao was still in the martial grandmaster realm, which surprised him. He had always been obsessed with Yunxiao's strength. Although he did not want to admit it, it was true that Yunxiao was stronger than him. For a long time, he had set defeating Yunxiao as his cultivation goal. He did not expect that when they met again, the gap between them would be as wide as heaven and earth. Luo Qingyun didn't know what to do for a moment. He was even a little angry at his opponent's failure. A cold look flashed across his face. He shook his spear in the air and it turned into a cold light, which was then absorbed into his body. He checked Yunxiao's cultivation base again, and after confirming that he was a 5-stars martial grandmaster, he suddenly lost interest and said in disappointment, "You've already lost the right to make me use my spear. Leave behind the items you obtained from Mount Meru and you can leave alive. Also, get out of the Red Moon City immediately and don't let me see you again in this life." The goal that he had been desperately cultivating to catch up to, the expert that he had been working hard to surpass in his heart, was actually a 5-stars martial grandmaster. This made him feel an unspeakable disappointment. He did not want to see Yunxiao like this, so he immediately ordered him to get lost. "I don't have anything," Yunxiao chuckled. "I'll take my leave first." He turned around and was about to leave. A trace of anger appeared on Luo Qingyun's face as he shouted. Your strength hasn't improved, and your temper hasn't changed. Since you want me to do it, I'll fulfill your wish. He raised one hand, and without even moving his feet, he began to move at a high speed. As he closed in on Yunxiao, a beam of green light flashed at his fingertips. This time he even held back a little, afraid that he would use too much force and kill the other party. Yunxiao chuckled and raised his hand as well. A flame condensed on his fingertip and pointed at Luo Qingyun's claw. Luo Qingyun's pupils contracted. That little flame actually brought him endless horror, and even his soul was trembling. His eyes lit up and he immediately clenched his hand into a fist, increasing his strength from 10% to 80%. The smile on Yunxiao's face did not fade. The phoenix true flame was extinguished at his fingertips, and he gently reached out his palm to slap it on Luo Qingyun's fist. An ancient astral wind emerged around his palm. Pa! With a crisp sound, Yunxiao's palm landed on Luo Qingyun's fist and clenched it. Brother Luo, don't joke with me. You are a 7 stars martial supreme. Do you want to blow me up with one punch? Luo Qingyun's face was as ugly as it could be. When his punch with 80% of his strength was grasped by his opponent's palm, an indescribable astral wind not only scattered his fist force, but also passed through his palm. It was like a whirlwind swirling in his fist, like a meat grinder that exploded all the meridians and bones in his right fist, almost turning it into a pool of meat paste. He looked over and saw that his entire right fist had turned purple-black, and he could no longer feel anything. Luo Qingyun took a deep breath and backed away. He was so shocked and angry. This kid is so powerful. Damn it. She had almost been tricked by him. This damn smiling face. I really want to tear him apart. I should have thought of this long ago. This kid is so easily seen through. He had always been a devil who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Luo Qingyun's face was livid with anger, and his eyes flashed with a monstrous fighting spirit, as well as a trace of joy that was imperceptible. The person I've always wanted to catch up to didn't let me down. Nalan Jixuan was behind Luo Qingyun. Although she did not see Yunxiao's action, she noticed that something was wrong. She hurried forward and asked with concern, Brother Luo, are you all right? Shimin Jinling, who was standing in the distance, saw Nalan Jixuan's concerned expression and trembled with anger. A wave of resentment and jealousy burned in his chest. I should be the one she cares about. A peerless face, an alluring figure, and more importantly, the opportunity to break through to the martial supreme realm. All of these should be mine. A beast-like roar resounded in his heart. Luo Qingyun, how dare you snatch my things? I will never forgive you. Luo Qingyun didn't even notice Shimin Jinling's existence. Although his fist had been shattered, it was nothing to him. He could recover in a few days. Although he was slightly injured, his mood became better. He snorted and said, I'm fine. Kid, your face is getting more and more annoying. I really want to step on it. There are a lot of people who want to step on you, Yunxiao said with a grin. You'll have to line up. Humph. I'm busy right now, Luo Qingyun said coldly. I'll let you go this time. I'll come back for you after I'm done. The anger on Luo Qingyun's face gradually disappeared. Nalan Jixuan looked confused. Although she had not seen Yunxiao's move clearly, she was sure that it was a special move. Otherwise, Luo Qingyun would not have changed his attitude so quickly. The world was very realistic and only strength spoke. Aya, we're late. It seems like we missed a good show. A faint light flickered in the air, and the space distorted. 2 figures appeared and descended from the sky. Yunxiao was a little surprised to see another acquaintance. He really did not know what day it was today. Oh, it's Brother Su Qing from Tide Listening Pavilion and Brother Pi Mingyuan from Lu Li Villa. If the 2 of you had come earlier, I wouldn't have been bullied, Nalan Jixuan said happily. Haha. With Brother Luo and Brother Shimin here, who would dare to bully you? Pi Mingyuan glanced at Yunxiao, who was not far away, and said with a smile, Could it be this kid? In the distance, Shimin Jinling's face was burning. He didn't know if these 2 people saw his previous embarrassment, especially Pi Ming Yuan, who was also a 7-star child of the Eastern region. If he knew, then he would probably be removed from the 7-star child list. He hated himself for showing up so early just to take advantage of her. Of course not. The bad guys have already been chased away by Brother Luo and everyone else, Nalan Jishuan said with a smile. The smile on her face bloomed, and it had a different kind of magic. Every frown and smile was extremely provocative, and everyone was infected by it. She said, Brother Luo and everyone else, please come in and have a seat. Let me thank you for saving me. Luo Qingyun's expression changed slightly, as if he couldn't resist this natural charm. He replied, I have something to disturb Miss Jishuan. Nalan Jishuan turned around and smiled. Her charming expression melted as she said, Young Master Shimen, this Lao AI, and Brother Luo's old acquaintance, please come in as well. She did not know Yunxiao's name, nor did she know if he was Luo Qingyun's good friend, so she had to call him an old friend. Yunxiao sneered, How can I do that? You are all young heroes of the Eastern region. It's not convenient for me, a mere martial grandmaster, to join you. It's you. Su Qing was taken aback, and only then did he dare to confirm that it was Yunxiao. He had felt that it was Yunxiao at first sight, and now that he heard the voice, he was certain that it was him. You're still alive? Are you here for Jiang Ruobing's challenge tournament? Back in Mount Meru, he had been possessed by the martial emperor's divine sense and had broken through Di Jia's attack to escape. He thought that Yunxiao would definitely die inside, so he was quite surprised at first sight. I was lucky. It's all thanks to Brother Su's great ability that I was able to keep my life, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'm so lucky. Su Qing's expression gradually recovered, and he said indifferently, You're too kind. Brother Li's strength was amazing that day. I didn't expect that after such a long time, you're still lingering in the Wuzong stage. Could it be that you were too seriously injured that day, and your foundation was damaged? Humph! Luo Qingyun suddenly snorted coldly, complaining about the dissatisfaction in his heart. He had also been deceived by Yunxiao's cultivation base, which had crippled one of his fists. At this moment, he was still circulating the power of dragon essence to regulate his breath. But in the ears of the few people, there was a sense of disdain. I guess so, Yunxiao said with a smile. Judging from Brother Su's demeanor and temperament, you must have broken through to the martial honor realm, right? Brother Su, do you know this Wuzong? Pai Mingyuan was a little impatient, and his face was cold. He snorted, Even if you're old acquaintances, there's no need to be polite with each other given the vast difference in strength between the two of you. Miss Jishuan is still waiting for us. Su Qing nodded slightly, and the look he gave Yunxiao became a little indifferent. I have something to talk to you about, so just stay by my side. Humph! Luo Qingyun snorted coldly again, but this time, he was gloating. He knew that Su Qing must also be thinking about Yunxiao's 9th-tier mystic artifacts. If Su Qing really dared to attack Yunxiao, he would be in deep trouble. Luo Qingyun was sure that Yunxiao's current strength was absolutely the most terrifying among all of them. His dragon fist, not to mention its unparalleled power, just the physical body of the true dragon conjured body alone could not be easily crushed by others. During this period of time, he thought that he had made rapid progress, but he did not expect that he would still be at a disadvantage in the first exchange. The blood in Luo Qingyun's body gradually began to boil, and he couldn't wait to fight him with all his might. Nalan Jishuan smiled. Heroes, please come in. If you stand outside for too long, some busybodies will say that I, Jishuan, don't know how to treat guests. Everyone filed in, and Nalan Jiro ordered the maidservants to immediately serve wine. They sat opposite each other after taking their seats. Thank you for your help today, Big Brother Luo, allowing this little sister to survive. This cup of wine is for Big Brother Luo. Nalan Jishuan stood up and walked up to Luo Qingyun with a glass of wine in her hand. She clinked her glass with Luo Qingyun's and drank it in one gulp with gratitude. The crisp sound of the wine glass filled the air with an ambiguous atmosphere, causing the blood in the men's bodies to become somewhat restless. Each and every one of them was secretly shocked. This primordial body, coupled with the wonderful girl technique of the original embryo, was indeed extremely magical. Each and every one of her actions was not particularly charming, but it could still make men's hearts race. Shimin Jinlin's face was so dark that it was almost dripping water. Why does Brother Shimin look so unhappy? Pi Mingyuan smiled slightly and pretended to be surprised. He didn't see Shimin Jinlin running away earlier, but he had seen Shimin Jinlin's sullen look. He knew that there must be a hidden story, so he went with the flow and blew the water. Shimin Jinlin's face was red and white. He didn't know what Pi Mingyuan meant, but he could only snort. Nalan Jishuan's eyes flickered as she poured herself a small cup of wine. She gently moved in front of Shimin Jinlin and raised her cup. If not for young Master Shimin, I'm afraid that Jishuan would have already met with misfortune. This cup of wine is for young Master Shimin, to thank you for saving my life. Shimin Jinlin squeezed out a smile, as if he had already forgotten about his previous embarrassment. He said humbly, Sister Jishuan, you're too kind. It's my duty to help when I see injustice. There's no need to keep it in mind. He was so happy that he immediately forgot about his ugly state, as if he was really that noble. Shimin Jinlin took in the faint scent of the other's body, and his entire body felt indescribably soft and comfortable. He felt as if his entire body was about to melt after drinking the wine. Suddenly, a force came from between the two of them. The wineglass in Shimin Jinlin's hand suddenly exploded with a bang. Shimin Jinlin screamed in pain and immediately covered his mouth. He actually spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? Everyone was shocked and looked over in horror. Nalan Jishuan's heart also trembled. The sudden force was exactly the same as the force that had saved her from Xianxia. Both times, it had exploded close to her, so she could clearly feel that it was powerful, overbearing, and even more hidden. No one could find it. Her heart skipped a beat. Wasn't Shimin Jinlin the one who had saved her? You coward! Shimin Jinlin's face was filled with shock and anger. He covered his mouth as a large amount of blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. The carefreeness that had been immersed in the warm fragrance suddenly disappeared as he stared at Nalan Jishuan coldly. It wasn't me, Nalan Jishuan said hurriedly. At this moment, no matter who it was, they would all think that she was the one who attacked. After all, she was the one who was the closest to the west gate of Jinling, and no one present had discovered the origin of the qi. Shimin Jinlin's face was filled with killing intent. His eyes were as cold as a wolf's as he stared at Nalan Jishuan. His eyes were filled with disbelief and cruelty, causing Nalan Jishuan's heart to sink. She immediately concluded that the person who had saved her was definitely not the one in front of her. There must be someone else. Since Jishuan said that it wasn't him, then it definitely wasn't her. I believe in her, Luo Qingyun said slowly. The aura on his body condensed into a dragon's might, which broke through the air and circled around Nalan Jishuan, protecting her from Shimin Jinling's sudden attack. Nalan Jishuan's heart was warm, and she cast a grateful look at Luo Qingyun. Pi Mingyuan was also confused, his fingers constantly tapping on the wine glass as he analyzed. It's impossible for the wine cup to explode for no reason. Even if it did explode, it would not have been able to hurt Brother Shimin. I also believe that this was definitely not done by little sister Jishuan, but the murderer must be among us. Or perhaps the murderer has an extremely powerful martial skill that allows him to hide in the surrounding void, making it impossible for anyone to detect him. Shimin Jinlin's expression turned cold. He looked at the dragon's might and said, Since it's not Nalan Jishuan, could it be you, Luo Qingyun? Who did it? He suddenly understood. He had the upper hand in his battle with Yan Xinghua, but he had been injured by his opponent's inexplicable counterattack. When he had lost his dignity and wanted to escape, Luo Qingyun had stepped in at the critical moment and snatched the fruit of his hero, saving the beauty. So that was how it was. Shimin Jinlin's murderous aura burst out. The power of his domain pushed Nalan Jishuan a few meters away. He said to Luo Qingyun, I understand now. So, it was you who had been playing tricks in the dark all along. Luo Qingyun looked at him coldly and snorted. He was so proud that he didn't even bother to explain. He poured himself a cup of wine and drank it. However, he was also extremely shocked in his heart. It was impossible for Su Qing and Pi Mingyuan to make a move without being noticed by so many people. At least, it was impossible for them to do so under his nose. Then, the only person present was Yunxiao. He also thought of another relationship. With Shimin Jinling's strength, he should have been able to defeat Yan Xinghua, but he did not know why he had fled. Yunxiao must have played a part in it. With that thought in mind, Luo Qingyun found it hard to calm down. He gave Yunxiao a cold glance, who was still pretending to be shocked by what had happened in front of him and drinking happily to calm himself down. How strong was he? You actually sneaked a move right under my nose. Luo Qingyun's blood was boiling, and his heart was filled with irritation. He could not help but want to fight Yunxiao right now. Luo Qingyun's eagerness to fight fell into Shimin Jinlin's eyes, and he thought that the other party had tacitly agreed. He was even more furious, and his aura soared into the sky, crushing toward Luo Qingyun. Humph! Luo Qingyun suddenly crushed the wine cup with a bang. A force immediately flowed slowly above him, blocking the aura of Shimin Jinling. At the same time, his body began to glow with a sharp light. He slowly raised his eyes and looked at Shimin Jinlin. Just by looking at him, Shimin Jinlin's body trembled, and a chill ran down his spine. Luo Qingyun looked like a long spear that was about to be pulled out of its body. It could suddenly shake at any time and pierce through all obstacles in front of it. Shimin Jinlin broke out in a cold sweat. He no longer had the will to fight. He couldn't understand why his opponent was so afraid of him, even though his cultivation was obviously 1 star higher than his. Fear in the heart, defeat before the battle. Stop! Young Master Shimin. I believe that Brother Luo didn't do that, Nalan Zhishuan shouted. Apart from Yunxiao, who could tell at a glance that Westgate Jinling was strong in appearance but weak in reality, the others felt that they were evenly matched in the battle of auras. Nalan Zhishuan was afraid that if they really fought, it would inevitably lead to casualties. Su Qing and Pi Mingyuan secretly felt that it was a pity. They could not wait to see a good show. Shimin Jinlin was originally afraid, but now that Nalan Zhishuan came out to stop him, he immediately regained his confidence and said angrily, "Not him? Humph. Who else could it be besides him?" Su Qing smiled faintly and said, "Brother Shimin, you must have evidence to accuse someone. No one will admit it if you mess around like this." Shimin Jinlin replied coldly, "I don't have any evidence, but I can deduce it with a simple deduction. When I was fighting with the 7 Stars Marshal Supreme, I was sure to win, but I was attacked by an innocent man. After that, I was stunned." His face suddenly turned red and he paused. Yunxiao laughed. "What happened to you after that? How did he turn defeat into victory? I recommend 6 Leafs Huadu LT. Shimin Jinlin glared at Yunxiao. He knew that Yunxiao was mocking him, so he glared at him with killing intent. He had already sentenced the man to death in his heart, and said angrily, "After that, I was seriously injured." At that moment, Luo Qingyun came from the sky and saved Miss Zhishuan. It was a good show of a hero saving a beauty. Nalan Zhishuan's face turned cold as she said, "Young Master Shimen, please be careful with your words. I believe that Brother Luo is not that kind of person. He must have just arrived." "Humph, you just arrived." Shimin Jinlin snorted coldly, then pointed at Yunxiao and said sarcastically, "I now suspect that the attack on Sister Zhishuan was planned by Luo Qingyun. This person is a minion of the enemy group, and he actually knows Luo Qingyun. In addition to the suspicious points I mentioned before, the one who benefited the most in the end was Luo Qingyun. Isn't this enough proof?" Nalan Zhishuan turned her eyes to Yunxiao. Although he was Luo Qingyun's old acquaintance, he was indeed one of the people who attacked her. "Come out and tell me, are you and Brother Luo accomplices? How did you get together with the people who attacked me? What kind of organization are you?" Yunxiao smiled wryly. "Why are they all pointing fingers at me? That organization has nothing to do with me. I was forced to come here by them. I heard that they are called the Ice Organization." Without hiding anything, he explained how he was pulled into the Ice Organization by Wen Lin after he came to Red Moon City, and why he attacked Nalan Jishuan. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Ha ha ha! Pai Mingyuan laughed out loud and slapped the table. I didn't expect Miss Jishuan to come to the Red Moon City for the arena tournament. Ha ha ha! Su Qing and Luo Qingyun also revealed a smile on their faces, but their expressions were strange. Nalan Jishuan's face turned red and she said angrily, "Let's be rogues together. Little sister Ruobing and I are like sisters, and I'm only here to accompany her." I didn't expect that I would be hurt by a villain and used by someone with ulterior motives. Yes, Yunxiao nodded. I saw that many people in that ice fan club really like second Miss Jiang, but they have been used by Yan Xinghua and Sister Snowball. I wonder if Miss Jishuan knows the background of that big Sister Snowball. Nalan Jishuan's face turned cold as she snorted. How can there be such a fat person in this world? I know who it is the moment you mention it. Who is it? Yunxiao and the few men asked curiously at the same time. Nalan Jishuan looked a little distressed as she shook her head. Don't ask. As long as you continue to stay in the Red Moon City, you will know sooner or later. I didn't expect that she would actually set her sights on me. I'm afraid that she's also doing something disadvantageous to little sister Ruobing. I must quickly go to the Jiang family to warn little sister Ruobing. Even so, we can't rule out Luo Qingyun's suspicion, Shimin Jinlin sneered. After all, he knows someone from the ice cube. Yan Xinghua almost died under my feather fan. Why would he suddenly attack and hurt me? Luo Qingyun was now sure that Yunxiao was the one behind all this. But with his pride, he did not bother to explain. He just gave Yunxiao an angry glare. In addition to Brother Luo, I also know Brother Su Qing, Yunxiao said with a smile. Why don't you suspect Brother Su Qing? Shimin Jinlin was furious. He shouted coldly. We martial honors are talking. What's a martial grandmaster like you doing interrupting? Don't you know how the word death is written? Nalan Jishuan was upset and said coldly, Enough! Young Master Shimen, Brother Luo is my benefactor. I don't want to hear anything bad about him. I hope you can conduct yourself with dignity. She already knew that Shimin Jinlin wasn't the first person to save her. She thought about how this person shamelessly took credit for others' efforts, then ran away timidly, and even accused her benefactor of slandering her. She couldn't help but feel disgusted. Shimin Jinlin also noticed the change in Nalan Jishuan's attitude. He was instantly enraged and said, Good, good. You're all on the same side, and I don't want to stay here any longer. Goodbye, you don't have to see me off. I won't send you off, Nalan Jishuan said indifferently. Shimin Jinlin was furious, but he had no place to vent his anger. He could only point at Yunxiao and say coldly, Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you have Luo Qingyun's protection. Don't let me see you alone. Nalan Jishuan didn't hide her contempt. This kind of man who only knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. She really didn't know how he entered the 7-star child of the Eastern region. Even Pi Mingyuan felt that he had lost face. I'm not protecting him, Luo Qingyun suddenly said. I have nothing to do with him. If young Master Shimen wants to cause him trouble, please go ahead, but don't give me face. The few of them were stunned. The corners of Su Qing's mouth curled up into a smile as he thought to himself. It seemed that Luo Qingyun was also a very realistic person. Although they had once gone through life and death together in Mount Meru, their strength was now far different from each other, and they could no longer play happily together. Haha, good. You said it yourself, so I'm going to take this kid's life. Shimin Jinlin grinned at Yunxiao and said, Pray, please don't fall into my hands. He snorted coldly, raised his head, and turned to leave, leaving behind only a murderous intent. The title of the Eastern region's 7-star child is really not as good as being in person, Nalan Jishuan said with a frown. Pai Mingyuan coughed a few times and said, There are scum everywhere. The strength of Shimin Jinling is still not bad. They can make up the numbers. However, I feel that Brother Su seems to be more qualified to enter the ranks of the 7-star children. Su Qing smiled faintly. Brother Pi, you flatter me. It's a pity that Brother Luo isn't from the Eastern region. Otherwise, you would definitely be selected. The more slots we have, The lower our quality will naturally be, Xianxia said. This is the evil consequence of the enrollment. The North region only has 4 spots for the 4 prodigies, and each of them is powerful. The East region has 7 spots at once, so it's inevitable that they're inferior. The other 4 people looked at each other, and it seemed to make sense. Pi Ming Yuan snorted coldly. It made sense, but the title of the Eastern region's 7-star child was well known in the Eastern region. It was not something that could be commented on by any random cat or dog. He said coldly, Brother Luo has already made it clear that he won't protect you, and Shimin Jinlin has even said such harsh words. Are you counting on your organization's boss to come and save you? Brother Luo, Xianxia said with a long face. You can't be so cruel to leave me. Luo Qingyun really wanted to tear his face apart. He snorted angrily and said, Get lost? Li Yunxiao, why don't you join my Tide listening pavilion? Su Qing suddenly said, As long as I'm here, I'll make sure you won't be bullied by that Western Gate Golden Corner. Pi Mingyuan and Nalan Jishuan were quite surprised. They didn't understand why Su Qing would take on such a burden. It wasn't a good thing to let one of the 7-star sons of the Eastern region bear a grudge. Luo Qingyun smiled indifferently and said, What's so good about Tide Listening Pavilion? Yunxiao is the city lord of Yanwu, and the spirit energy in the city is so rich that it can be counted on one's fingers. It's even more abundant than the 7 superpowers. Why would you want to go to your barren land instead of a spiritual mountain? What? He's the city lord of Yanwu in the southern region. Pi Mingyuan and Nalan Jishuan were both taken aback. Yanwu was now a popular city that the whole world had their eyes on. If not for the iron law of the holy region, it would have long been divided up. Even with the order of the holy region, many people had begun to secretly plot against it. For a sect, experts were indispensable, but the foundation of a sect was still the spiritual mountains and treasured lands that could cultivate a large number of experts. This was also why the North region was the most powerful, while the South region was basically a remote and desolate place that no one cared about. Therefore, even with the sanctuary holding the fort, many forces were still secretly making all kinds of plans. Pi Mingyuan's contemptuous expression was slightly restrained. Although he still looked down on her, he at least looked at her and said, So you're from the southern region. Having the cultivation of a 5 elements martial ancestor is already not bad. If you're willing to come to my Luli villa, not only can I guarantee your safety, but I can also make the decision to reward you with a set of 7th-tier profound armaments, as well as provide you with a large amount of resources and various medicinal pills. It's not impossible to find a martial emperor and directly enlighten you, and it's even possible to promote you to a 7 constellations martial emperor. Yunxiao felt ashamed. He had found a martial emperor to enlighten him. As soon as Pi Mingyuan finished speaking, Nalan Jishuan smiled like a flower in spring. She said, I didn't expect young Master Li to have such a powerful background. Our Silver Moon sect is also looking forward to young Master joining us. I'm sure young Master Li has heard of the Silver Moon sect's nascent embryo wonderful girl technique. As long as young Master Li makes a certain contribution, regardless of your cultivation, the elders of the sect will definitely reward a female disciple to dual cultivate with young Master Li. At that time, not to mention a martial emperor, even breaking through to the martial honor realm would be within a few days. All 3 of them had extended an olive branch. If they could rope Yunxiao in, it would definitely be a great contribution, and the elders in the sect would surely reward him heavily. The trash that the 3 of them looked down on had suddenly become a hot commodity, especially Nalan Jishuan. She gently leaned over and said, Young Master Li, how is it? Even if Nalan Jishuan did not use her seduction technique, she was still a natural stunner, not to mention the unparalleled seduction technique she had just used. Even a martial supreme would not be able to stand it. She was very confident that Yunxiao would be easily captured. Hee. May I know who the female disciple you're going to reward me with is? If the sect elders are willing to give me Fairy Jishuan, I will definitely agree. Yunxiao teased her gently, feeling an indescribable pleasure when he smelled the fragrance. Nalan Jishuan cursed in her heart. You're just a martial arts master toad. Yet you're delusional enough to eat swan meat. However, She kept giggling and said charmingly, "There are so many senior and junior sisters who are prettier than me in the sect. Perhaps the elders and sect master will be happy and let you choose from all the sisters in the sect. Perhaps you can even choose a few." Gulp! Pi Mingyuan and Su Qing couldn't stand listening to those ambiguous words. Their men's parts began to react. They were ashamed and quickly suppressed it, and began to calm down and adjust their qi. "Oh? How many can I choose? Are you trying to fool me, Miss Jixuan?" Yunxiao sneered in his heart as he reached out to grab Nalan Jixuan. He would not be polite to anyone who offered her. Nalan Jixuan cursed in her heart, but the smile on her face did not fade. With light steps, she dodged Yunxiao's evil claws and chuckled, "Young Master Li, you don't have to be so anxious. I wonder if you would agree to Jixuan's proposal." Yunxiao chuckled and said, "However, you don't have to join the Silver Moon sect. As long as Miss Jixuan agrees to one of my conditions, I can consider letting Yanwu cooperate with the Silver Moon sect." Conditions? Cooperation? Nalan Jixuan was taken aback, and her cheeks blushed. She seemed to have guessed Yunxiao's condition from his unfriendly eyes, which must be her body. A trace of anger immediately welled up in her heart, but she still suppressed it and said through gritted teeth, "What are the conditions and cooperation that young Master Li mentioned?" Yunxiao smiled as he poured himself a cup of wine and drank it. "Have you ever heard of the moon pearl of the East Sea? I need these beads, and the more the better. As long as you can get me 24 of them, Yanwu will be open to your Silver Moon sect." They were all taken aback and looked at Yunxiao in surprise. They had the same guess. In that ambiguous environment just now, Yunxiao's condition was most likely to be Nalan Jixuan's body. But they did not expect such a big twist. Both Su Qing and Pi Mingyuan felt a little strange. They found it very difficult to resist Nalan Jixuan's charming technique, but Yunxiao was unmoved. Nalan Jixuan suddenly felt a sense of loss that she had never felt before. Which man could be so calm in front of her? She suddenly realized that her charm was not as great as she had imagined. She muttered, "The moon pearl of the East Ocean is the most precious treasure in the East Ocean. It's not easy to get it. If you want to continue, why don't you go to the Merchant Union and ask? As long as you can afford it, they should have some in stock." Yunxiao sighed. "I've consulted more than 50 chambers of commerce, and all of them have been sold out. The buyer is the maidservant of the current mistress of the Jiang family. I heard that Miss Jixuan is as close as a sister to the second young lady of the Jiang family." Nalan Jixuan immediately understood that Yunxiao wanted to get the moon pearl of the East Sea through her. She rolled her eyes at Yunxiao and said, "The Jiang family's mistress is Ruobing's mother, but she's not her biological daughter. The relationship between the two has always been lukewarm. It can't be considered affectionate. But it's not cold either. The moon pearl of the East Sea is extremely valuable, and I'm afraid it won't be easy to get it." Yunxiao looked regretful as he sighed and said, "I see. Then there's no other way. At the same time, Yanwu is of great value. Although I'm the city lord, there are many things I can't help with." Nalan Jixuan felt angry and funny at the same time. How could he be so shameless? How could he find such a ridiculous reason for a naked exchange of conditions? What made her even angrier was that Yunxiao did not know what was good for him. With his strength as a martial grandmaster, if not for the fact that he was now in high demand, he would not have had a choice. He had already offered many excellent conditions, but not only was he ungrateful, he was also insatiable and haggling. However, he could not turn hostile at this moment, so he could only say coldly, "Young Master Li's conditions are a bit too big. I'll try my best. However, young Master Li's strength is low, but his character is not small. You have to be careful in the Red Moon City, or you will make a lot of enemies." "Thank you for the reminder," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I've been walking upright. I believe that evil cannot defeat good." The few of them felt dizzy after hearing this. Nalan Jixuan seemed to want to say something, but her face suddenly changed and she couldn't say anything. "Sister Jixuan is going to see Jiang Ruobing. Can you take me with you?" Luo Qingyun suddenly asked. "Brother Luo, are you also here to participate in the joust for a spouse festival?" Nalan Jixuan was stunned. There was a hint of resentment in her eyes that no one could bear to look at. Luo Qingyun deliberately avoided her eyes and said, "It's not to the extent of a joust for a spouse, but there's a private matter. If you have no choice, it's fine even if you participate." He saw that Nalan Jishuan still wanted to ask more, so he interrupted her. "We'll talk about this later." Pi Mingyuan snorted. "I didn't expect that Brother Luo, who has always been free and easy, would also be fascinated by Miss Ruobing's beauty and power. Then we must see the truth in the ring." "Brother Pi, don't you already have a wife?" Luo Qingyun asked in surprise. "There seems to be more than one." Pi Mingyuan smiled indifferently. "What is this?" Before coming to the Red Moon City, he had already issued 20 letters of divorce, all of which were cancelled. "After I retrieve young Lady Ruobing, I'll take them back as concubines." Hearing this, Nalan Jishuan's heart was filled with contempt. She snorted discontentedly and said to Luo Qingyun, "Since that's the case, then let's not delay any further. I'll go to the Jiang family to find little sister Ruobing. Brother Luo can come with me. I can't bring more people." Pi Mingyuan laughed. "It's okay. We'll see the real thing in the arena." That's right, the three of them would have a meeting at Bright Moon Breeze later. It was organized by the head of the 7-star sons of the Eastern region, the third young master of the Ruan family of Red Moon City, Ruan Zimao, and many young elites. They would meet the heroes of the world and let everyone get to know each other. I hope that Brother Luo can also attend. I heard that the North and West regions will also send experts to attend. He gave Yunxiao a strange look, then sneered and said, "Perhaps the Southern Mountain Range will send their own experts." "I'm not interested," Luo Qingyun replied indifferently. He got up and left with Nalan Jishuan. When he passed by Yunxiao, he snorted coldly and said, "I'll come and find you again." Nalan Jishuan looked at the two of them and gathered the Silver Moon Clan's disciples. They took out a flying boat and left with the wind. The small boat was very exquisite and gorgeous, and it flew with the wind. Nalan Jishuan finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother Luo, why did you stop me in the hall with a voice transmission just now and ask me not to argue with that Li Yunxiao? Didn't you say in front of Shiman Jinling that you wouldn't protect him?" Luo Qingyun looked at her and said, "Yes, but that's because I'm protecting you." Nalan Jishuan was stunned. She frowned and asked in confusion, "Protect me? What do you mean?" Luo Qingyun looked at her deeply and said, "No matter what, do not get into a conflict with this person. He's the most powerful person I've ever seen in the younger generation of the continent. I've even seen Ruan Zimao, the leader of the 7-star sons of the Eastern region, but in terms of horror, he's far less than Li Yunxiao." "Ah!" Nalan Jishuan was stunned and said, How could this be? Isn't he only a 5 stars martial grandmaster?" Luo Qingyun snorted and said coldly, "This damn wolf in sheep's clothing. If his strength isn't unfathomable, how can he hide his cultivation base under our eyes?" He raised his fist, and even now he could still feel waves of pain in his brain. Nalan Jishuan looked at Luo Qingyun's purple-black fist and was completely stunned. As soon as the Silver Moon Clan and Luo Qingyun left, Su Qing and Pi Mingyuan's eyes immediately fell on Yunxiao, and their cold eyes gradually turned cold. "Hee. Why are the two of you staring at me like that?" Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and smiled. Pi Mingyuan nodded and praised. "You're the person with the strongest mental strength I've ever seen. However, your physical strength is not good enough. Everything is nonsense." Su Qing sighed. "Li Yunxiao, you and I have gone through life and death together. You should know that with the current situation of Yanwu and your identity, it is very dangerous for you to wander around the continent. Although Tide Listening Pavilion is not a superpower, it is not a bad place to go." In addition to wanting to win over Yunxiao, he was also fanatical about the few 9th-tier mystic artifacts. But Pi Mingyuan was by his side, so he could not say it. "Brother Su is right, but I think Luli Villa is more suitable for you than Tide Listening Pavilion," Pi Mingyuan said with a smile. Su Qing's face flickered as he sneered. "Brother Pi, when 2 tigers fight, one will be injured. With Li Yunxiao, I can give up Jiang Ruobing's challenge and help you with all my might. Otherwise, after the battle of life and death with me, Regardless of whether you win or lose, would you still be able to participate in the arena battle in your peak condition? Pi Mingyuan was stunned. He didn't expect Su Qing to make such a condition. He thought about it again, and finally nodded in agreement. After all, getting Yunxiao was for the sect's interests, and becoming the Jiang family's son-in-law was for his own interests. When weighing the two, his own interests were of course the most important. This was a matter that was easy to weigh. He slowly retreated to the side and chuckled. I hope Brother Su will keep his promise. I will. Su Qing nodded, then walked toward Yunxiao and said, Li Yunxiao, what's your decision? In fact, you don't have a choice. Yunxiao nodded slightly and said, Brother Su is forcing me step by step. I really don't have any other choice. What? Su Qing frowned, and Yunxiao's face grew colder and colder, with a hint of disdain and indifference as he stared at him quietly. Suddenly, his heart trembled slightly, as if there was a fierce tiger in front of him that was slowly baring its fangs. That's a real pity. Su Qing dispelled the sense of danger, and his domain of martial honor suddenly spread out and pressed down on Yunxiao. Then, his figure flickered as he swam like a dragon and reached out a palm. Yunxiao's eyes gradually narrowed. With a cold flash in his hand, the 1,000-year saber suddenly appeared, shooting out a blade shadow and slashing down fiercely. A complete chill surged up in Su Qing's heart, but the moment fear overwhelmed him. His entire body was already enveloped by a peerless saber light. Just the saber chi alone was enough to cause his body to almost shatter. Great sorrow, ancient cloud mirror. At this moment of life and death, he understood that Yunxiao had been suppressing his strength to play the pig to eat the tiger. There was only endless bitterness in his heart, but he still had some confidence in himself, as he had refined the 9th-tier mystic artifact, the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror. A bright copper mirror appeared in Su Qing's hand and shone on the blade light. It immediately formed a yellow cone-shaped defense in front of him, cleverly splitting the blade light in the middle. It actually went around his body and slashed to the sides. This treasured mirror could actually nullify the blade light? Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he disappeared from where he was and teleported up. Suddenly, the wind and clouds surged between heaven and earth. As soon as Yunxiao appeared in front of the mirror, he thrust his palm forward, absorbing the wind and clouds with a peerless appearance. The entire sky turned into his background as he slammed his palm on the bronze mirror with lightning speed. Bang! The bronze mirror let out a violent trembling sound, and Su Qing's grip on the bronze mirror also trembled a little, but he quickly stabilized himself. Yunxiao's face changed drastically, because he found that after the palm fell, the power of wind and cloud was bounced back, pressing his arm with a layer of golden light. It was the imperishable golden body that automatically protected him. However, his gale wind cloud palm was so powerful that almost 100% of the palm force was reflected back. There was a slight sound of bones being crushed in his arm. He was shocked and immediately transformed into a body of lightning, allowing the rebound force to pass through his body and hit the area behind him. Although the wind cloud palm was powerful, it did not have the rules of Emperor Qi, so it could not affect his body of lightning. Su Qing's expression changed from one of joy to one of shock. The reflection effect of the great sorrowful twilight cloud treasure mirror was related to the cultivation level of the person holding the mirror. With Su Qing's current cultivation level of a 7 stars Martial Supreme, he could reflect almost 100% of the power below 7 stars Martial Supreme. Even if it was a power that exceeded his cultivation base, the stronger the opponent, the stronger the backlash. Just now, Yunxiao's wind and cloud palm had made him feel danger, and the backlash was definitely more powerful than his full-strength strike. And it was a full-strength strike when the opponent was unprepared. But even so, they could not hurt Yunxiao. After Yunxiao turned into a thunderbolt, he disappeared in front of Su Qing in a flash. Then, a shocking might of thunder fell from the sky, rolling down like a thunder tribulation. He could suppress all martial artists below the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens by transforming into lightning. Body lightning transformation. It's actually body lightning transformation. Pi Mingyuan, who was in the distance, was also shocked. His face was full of disbelief, and he felt a chill all over his body. This turn of events was simply too fast. It was as if you were sneering at a beggar on the side of the road and took out a silver ingot to throw at him, but the other party instantly raised a gold brick and smashed it back at you, hitting you until your nose and face were swollen. Su Qing also felt a great danger. He raised the mirror and shone it on his body. He actually disappeared into thin air. What? Yunxiao was taken aback. With his divine sense, he could tell that Su Qing had not gone invisible, but had indeed disappeared into thin air. The thunderbolts could no longer be retracted and directly struck the ground. A bolt of lightning exploded from the ground and shook in all directions. The earth was completely lifted up and the soil rolled. Su Qing's figure suddenly appeared beside Pi Mingyuan, who was not far away. His eyes were filled with horror as he said in shock, "Brother Pai, help me. This person is playing the pig to eat the tiger. He deserves to die." Pi Mingyuan was already sweating all over. All of this happened in a moment, but Su Qing had no power to fight back and could only rely on the mirror to dodge. Su Qing was originally not considered an expert in the entire eastern region, but he had obtained a 9th-grade treasured mirror from somewhere. After refining it, he had risen rapidly in the past year, and his tyrannical strength was no longer below that of the 7-star children of the eastern region. Pi Mingyuan knew that if he were to fight with Su Qing, it would be hard to predict the outcome. This was also the reason why he had to give up Yunxiao and choose the arena. Bang! Pi Mingyue took a step back, and a big hole immediately appeared on the ground. His whole person turned into a ray of light, and he escaped at an extremely fast speed. Now, even a fool would know that Yunxiao was stronger than any of them, and the thunderbolt was the top secret of the Jiang family of Red Moon City. They did not expect it to appear on this man. He had a certain level of understanding of this cultivation technique and knew that this technique was almost invincible under the martial supreme realm. He no longer had any illusions and immediately ran away. Damn it, I thought this kid was strong mentally. I didn't expect him to be even stronger physically. He was secretly furious. Moreover, the sudden appearance of such an opponent was a great threat to his participation in the group arena. "You coward!" Su Qing's face changed with anger when he saw Pi Mingyuan run away without saying a word. He stomped his foot and flew into the air, following behind. He had no confidence in fighting Yunxiao alone, but he was confident that no one could stop him if he wanted to escape with the power of the mirror. Su Qing took out the treasure mirror and shone it on himself. He immediately disappeared on the spot and instantly appeared 100 meters away. He turned into a ray of light and chased after Pi Mingyuan. Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said thoughtfully, "So it's teleportation. What a magical mirror." Lightning flashed in his hand, and a hammer suddenly appeared. The entire sky suddenly darkened, and the hammer emitted rays of lightning. A golden tadpole-like character gradually appeared on it. Su Qing and Pi Mingyuan's expressions changed at the same time. They could clearly feel the might of heaven and earth rolling down, and their hearts were filled with horror. Could he be a 9 heavens martial sovereign? Yunxiao's body trembled violently as well. The hammer came with the power of laws, and he could produce such a great power by just pouring his primordial energy into it. Thunder and lightning kept shooting out of his hand, fusing with the dark sky as if the god of thunder had descended. His gaze turned cold and he instantly turned into lightning. In the blink of an eye, lightning flashed across the sky and he appeared in front of the two of them. With his current strength, he was basically invincible among those below the martial supreme realm. Even a 1-star martial supreme might not be able to escape from him. In the beginning, he had thought that one move was enough to deal with Su Qing. He was already surprised that he had dragged out a few moves. If he let these two people escape, it would really be a big joke. Pi Mingyuan's face was ashen, and he cried out. He can turn his body into lightning and use the thunder escape technique. We can't escape. Let's fight him. He suddenly realized that the thunder escape was one of the fastest escape techniques in the world, and even a 9 heavens martial sovereign could not catch up with it. Pi Mingyuan immediately took out a green sword and unsealed it. He poured all his power into it and swept the sword. Half of the sky turned green as if the sky was poisoned. Su Qing's face was also deathly pale. He cast several spells into the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Treasure Mirror, and beams of mirror light shot out. They penetrated through the sky and lit up the world under the dim sky. One of them was one of the 7 star suns of the eastern region, and the other had a 9th-tier mystic artifact. When they joined hands, their confidence immediately doubled, and they roared as they attacked Xianxia. Xianxia's body trembled more and more violently, and he felt that he was about to lose control of the hammer in his hand. The law of thunder gradually emerged, and Xianxia could no longer hold it back. He raised the hammer and smashed it forward. Boom! The sky trembled as if it had suddenly collapsed. A huge thunderbolt exploded at the target point, spreading across the sky like a spider web. Golden tadpole-like runes flashed in the center, turning into a green lightning hell. The 2 people, who had increased their confidence, were instantly swallowed by the lightning, and they could not even hear their screams. After the strike, Xianxia's primordial qi was instantly emptied, and the hand holding the hammer trembled violently, as if it could no longer hold it. The hammer seemed to have a free spirit and was about to break through the air. Shocked, Xianxia hurriedly flickered between his eyebrows, and the power of the divine realm tablet emerged to suck the hammer in. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Looking up, the area in front of him gradually disappeared, and a large area of the ground was directly destroyed. A large number of lightning arcs appeared in the sky, crackling. Pi Mingyuan and Su Qing were completely lying on the ground. They didn't even have the strength to stand up. Their bodies were seriously injured, and they looked at him in horror. The commotion is too big. I'm afraid it will attract the people of the Red Moon City. Xianxia thought to himself. He flew down, picked up the 2 men, threw them out of the south-pointing chariot, and got into it. An hour later, they flew from the south of the city to the west. When they saw a low, dilapidated bungalow, they randomly found one and went in, then threw the 2 men on the ground. From the south to the west of the city, there were thousands of kilometers. Even if the people of the Red Moon City wanted to investigate, they would not be able to find him in a short time. The long sword in Pi Mingyuan's hand not only had no spirit qi, but there were also cracks on it. It was basically completely scrapped. He asked sadly, "Brother Su, is this person really a native of the southern mountain range?" Su Qing's face was also deathly pale. With the defense of the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror, his injuries were much lighter than Pi Mingyuan's, but he had basically become a half-disabled person. It was impossible to escape. Hearing Pi Mingyuan's words, he nodded bitterly. In their understanding, the southern region was a remote and backward place where not even martial sovereigns existed. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "You 2 can't get to know each other without fighting. Now that we know each other, we can have a good talk." A trace of fear flashed across Pi Mingyuan's face, and he shouted, "You can't kill me. I'm from Luli Villa, and my father is the Vice Villa Lord, Lao Ai. Pa!" Xianxia gave him a slap in the air and sent him rolling a few times on the ground. "I'm not interested in your family's genealogy. Quiet down for now." Pi Mingyuan covered his face where all his teeth had fallen out. He lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything, but his eyes were full of hatred. Su Qing's face was bitter as he said, "I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Think about Mount Meru. Everything was within your calculations and control. All of your genius companions were completely suppressed by you. How could such a figure remain in the same place and remain at the martial arts Grandmaster realm? So I'm trash, so trash that I can't even see through your cultivation." "Don't say that," Xianxia said with a smile. "I'll be embarrassed." He made a grabbing motion in the air, and the great sorrowful twilight cloud treasure mirror in Su Qing's hand fell into his hand. He said with a smile, "This is good stuff. Little friends are the best. Thank you." Su Qing's face was ashen as he said with a trembling voice, "Can you not take my mirror away? As for everything else, I can agree to all your requests." This mirror was his most powerful trump card and the source of his strength. Once he lost it, he would immediately be eliminated from the ranks of the top masters of the younger generation in the eastern region. Xiao snorted and put away the mirror without any pity. If you were me, would you give me a chance? Qing suddenly became dejected. He knew that he was hallucinating. If it was anyone else, they would not show mercy, not to mention that he was the one who provoked him first. He was the one who harbored evil thoughts first. This was really courting death, and no one could save him. You've already taken the mirror, so why did you bring me here? Qing asked. If you wanted to kill him, you didn't have to bring him here. I'm sparing your lives, Xiao said indifferently, because you two are still useful. I came to the Red Moon City for the Eastern Sea Moon Pearl, and now that it's in the hands of the Jiang family's mistress, I want you to find a way to get it for me. Do you think we're capable of doing that? Qing's expression changed slightly as he forced a smile. No, Xiao said coldly. But if he didn't have this ability, he would immediately lose his life. The friendship between you and me has already been completely severed the moment you tried to take advantage of me. If you can't provide me with any useful value, then only death awaits you. He looked at Pai Mingyuan and said, You too. Pai Mingyuan's body trembled and he said, Don't kill me. I have a way. You have a way. Xiao's interest was piqued for a moment. He smiled and said, As expected, people are forced out. No one will use their full strength unless it's a life and death situation. Do you have any ideas? Pai Mingyuan composed himself and said, The Jiang family's matriarch is my cousin. Ah! Both Xiao and Qing were taken aback, waiting for him to continue. Pai Mingyuan said, The Jiang family's mistress and my mother are cousins. My great-grandmother and little sister Ruobing's great-grandmother are the same person. They are both from the Ruan family of the Red Moon City. What's the use of such a distant relationship? Xiao said coldly, It's useless. If you had status, you would have been invited to stay in the city lord's mansion long ago. Why would you follow Qing out to mess around? Pai Mingyuan hurriedly said, Also, the Jiang family's mistress owes my mother a favor. When Ruobing was young, she was seriously ill and was in urgent need of an extremely precious material. It was also my mother who found it and provided it to the Jiang family, which saved Sister Ruobing's life. I think if my mother were to make a trip to the Jiang family, she should be able to get a lot of East Ocean's bright moon beads. Yes, I can spare your life and let you try. Xiao walked up and performed an incantation with one hand in the air, sending runes into Pai Mingyuan's body, shaking his qi and blood. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face full of horror. It's just a seal, Xiao said. You can go now. See, can we go now? Pai Mingyuan didn't dare to believe it. He also felt the strangeness in his body. But how strong could a seal be? Wasn't this person too confident in himself? When he went back, he could find his father and break it easily. Xiao threw him a jade pendant and said, You can find me once by relying on the reaction of this jade pendant. Pai Mingyuan was overjoyed. He was extremely excited to have survived a disaster. After receiving the jade pendant, he didn't dare to say anything more. He hurriedly gathered his true qi and rushed out of the small house. A huge anger was gathering in his heart. When he returned to find his father to unseal the seal, he would immediately bring the experts of Luli Villa and kill them. He would take back today's shame 1,000 times. You're just going to let him go like this? You! Qing was also stunned. He did not expect Xiao to be so confident. You should go, too, Xiao said indifferently. The task I'm giving you is to find out the origin of that fat snowball woman for me, and why the mistress of the Jiang family is collecting the moon pearls from the East Sea. Pai Mingyuan's side is most likely unreliable, and I'll probably have to take action myself in the end. He also conjured a spell and sent it into Qing's body. He placed a seal on him and gave him a jade pendant. Qing's face was cold. You're really confident in yourself. This time it was my mistake. You taking the mirror away was my own fault, but I will definitely snatch it back. And the other profound level weapons in Mount Meru, I will not let any of them go. After throwing out his threats, he activated his genuine qi and flew away. Naturally, Xiao did not take their harsh words to heart. After the two left, he found another shabby room nearby and entered the Divine Realm tablet directly. The hammer from before was quietly suspended in the sky. He slowly extended his perception over and was immediately shocked by an electric arc that spread out in the air with a crackling sound. This hammer is so magical. Even two martial venerables can't be killed with one strike. It seems that I have to merge my mind and spirit with it to refine it. Xiao sighed with emotion. Even if ordinary 9th-tier mystic artifacts could not unite their minds and spirits, they could exert a certain power in his hands. But he could never understand the power contained in this hammer. The power used by the blood beast that day was enough to break the power of a world. But in his hands, it could not even kill two martial venerables. The gap between them was just too great. A majestic force was emitted from between his brows and wrapped around the hammer. He then directly absorbed it into his body and suspended it above his dantian. He planned to use his origin power to nourish it and slowly refine it. Then, he took out the great sorrowful twilight cloud treasure mirror and observed it carefully. The 5 profound level weapons hanging on the cauldron of mountain and river in Mount Meru were all peak 9th level profound level weapons. The Dynasty Bell, the Devil Sky Silk, the Cold Sword Ice Frost, the Great Sorrowful Twilight Cloud Treasure Mirror, and Luo Qingyun's Long Spear. These profound level weapons could not be refined even at the peak of his previous life. It seems that there were at least peak 9th-tier alchemists in that era. Were these things refined with the cauldron of mountain and river? Xiao suddenly thought of this possibility. After all, the cauldron of mountain and river was a supreme-grade mystic artifact. Without the help of the cauldron, only several powerful 9th-tier alchemists could work together. This was also the reason why 9th-tier mystic artifacts were extremely precious, and peak 9th-tier mystic artifacts were even rarer. These 4 peak 9th-tier profound armaments should be properly refined by me. Although there are enough of them, there is nothing that can allow me to completely refine them. It's better to focus on refining them. His worry was that he had too many peak 9th-tier profound armaments. If others knew about this, they would be so jealous that their blood vessels would burst. Then, a white light flashed and a jade ruler appeared in front of him. It was the blood god's giant celestial ruler. He pondered for a moment, then threw the ruler into the cauldron of mountain and river and began to melt it. One divine flame was like a phoenix, while the other was like a cold wind. Under the combination of wind and fire, the cauldron of mountain and river started to spin rapidly. A moment later, a ray of light shot out, and the Heavenly Master's giant centipede ruler was refined into a hand helmet. The weapon essence was the same as before. In the end, this thing is still the Celestial Master's giant centipede ruler. I've just changed its shape. No matter what, I have to add something of my own so that it can be said that I made it. Xiao pondered for a moment, then pointed a finger at the helmet. The power of 4 territories poured out of the sky and stacked on it. Suppressed by the power of 4 elements, the helmet began to exude a powerful artifact essence to resist, but it could not withstand it and began to break. Xiao quickly performed an incantation gesture with both hands, sending runes into it and sealing the power of 4 elements on the 4 tiger fingers of the helmet. The material of the Celestial Master's giant centipede ruler is not good enough. It can't withstand the power of 4 elements. Xiao's face flickered. With a point of his finger, 2 beams of light shot out. They were a piece of skyshine metal and a piece of northern heaven cold star iron, followed by a large number of other raw materials. One by one, they were thrown into the hand helmet and began to merge with it. The color of the gauntlet began to change. When Xiao had transformed it from a ruler, it was only a physical change in shape. But now, it had begun to change its structure, strengthening the strength and energy of the gauntlet so that it could withstand the power of the 4 elements. After an unknown amount of time, the helmet gradually stabilized, its color changing from jade-like ice to gold and silver, shining brightly as it hung in the air. That's right. In this divine realm tablet, the Tao of sorcery that I can exert is even higher than the peak of my previous life. I'm very satisfied with this item. With a wave of Xiao's hand, the scene in front of him changed, and he arrived at the place where Mo Xiaochuan and Xiaohuang Haolian were cultivating. He dropped the helmet and flew to Xiaohuang Haolian's side, saying, "Let's test its power." Young Emperor Haolian was taken aback at first, but he immediately understood. He took off the helmet with great joy and said in surprise, "Young Master Yun, this is Zhanjin." He was overjoyed and put it on his hand. The size was suitable and it was extremely cool. "Haha, I have a weapon too." When young Emperor Haolian clenched the helmet, he immediately felt an extremely powerful weapon essence spread out. His entire right hand trembled as if he could not control it. "Young Master Yun, you're too good to me." Young Emperor Haolian was so touched that he was about to pounce on her with tears and snot. With a thought, Yun Xiao froze him and snorted. "I'm afraid that you're not strong enough and you'll be beaten to death outside, losing face for me. I've sealed the power of the 4 great elements in it. Although it's only a little, I can still unleash a portion of its power." In a flash, he left the Divine Realm tablet and appeared in the broken house. This area was the residence of the poor in the Red Moon City. It was like a garbage dump, dilapidated everywhere. "Sai, I haven't been here for a long time. My old house is all damaged. The young people these days have no public morality at all. They actually took my old house and made an outdoor barbecue." As soon as Yun Xiao arrived on the street of the slum, he heard an old man grumbling. At the entrance of a rundown house, a familiar figure was cleaning with a broom. He threw out a few barbecue racks, as well as a large amount of charcoal ash and bamboo skewers. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted slightly. This old man was the one he had met in the Blood God Palace. At that time, he knew that this man had extraordinary strength, because he could not see through the man's cultivation base with his eye technique. That meant that this man was at least a martial supreme. "Eh? Little brother, it's you? What a coincidence. Hee. Come and help me clean up." The old man raised his head slightly, a smile on his face, looking harmless. Yun Xiao snorted coldly, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "If it's intentional or coincidental, then life is indeed full of coincidences." The old man was stunned for a moment. Then he squinted his eyes and smiled. "Life is always about gathering and going. The key is to meet the right person at the right time." Yun Xiao sneered. "You think you're so great just because you're old?" Just because he was old, he could casually talk about life and philosophy with others? "Are you the right person I'm going to meet?" The old man patted the dust off his hands and said with a smile, "I don't know about that, but I do know that you are the right person I have to meet at the right time." A cold gleam flickered in Yun Xiao's eyes as he put up his guard and said, "Now that we've met, what do you intend to do?" The old man laughed. "You were the one who caused the lightning strike in the south of the city, right? I'm quite curious about the laws hidden within it." "Curiosity kills," Yun Xiao said. "You reacted faster than the people of Red Moon City. You seem to be very thoughtful." "En Ingluo." The old man laughed bitterly and said, "I'm already a bag of old bones. I don't have any other good points, but I'm more serious and responsible in my work. After this, I'm really going to retire. I don't want to fail again." Yun Xiao's eyes narrowed and he was on high alert. A stream of primordial qi surged in his body, ready to strike at any time. The old man's smile also disappeared, and he became extremely quiet. This silence was not just the silence of a virgin, but more accurately, the silence of death. It was as if there were no living things in front of Yun Xiao, only dead bricks and tiles. This was an extremely high-level concealment technique. The person was clearly in front of you, but you couldn't feel any aura. If you didn't see him with the naked eye, you wouldn't think that there was someone in front of you. The two of them stood there quietly, searching and waiting. They were looking for an opportunity to strike, waiting for the other party to make a mistake. Yun Xiao suddenly said, "I know who you are." To completely erase one's own aura using the corpse technique, and not attack even if one's cultivation base is superior, but instead search for the bad habit of that fatal strike. Other than the 8 symbols that control the Death God Palace, I can't think of a second person. The old man moved. Yun Xiao's words were the flaw he had been looking for. Although Yun Xiao had exposed his identity, it could not affect his mind. It was a tenacity that had been tempered thousands of times, and it was condensed into one move, a sure kill move. A yellow beam of light flickered on Yunxiao's body, and then, as if it had gathered all the light in the world, it shot out and shone directly on the old man's face, blinding his eyes. The old man was shocked. No matter how strong the sun was, it could not hurt his eyes. This was the first time something like this had happened. It instantly affected his state of mind, and the power of his moves weakened. Bang! In a hurry, the sure kill move hit the source of the light and made a crisp sound. An indescribable countershock force followed the old man's attack path and bounced back. In the old man's shock, it was already impossible for him to avoid it. He was hit by his own sure kill attack and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The old man was one of the few assassins in the world. He never left any room for himself in his attacks. Every time he attacked, he would use all his strength. This time was no exception. He didn't leave any essence force to defend himself. After being hit by the backlash, his body was on the verge of collapse. Yunxiao felt terrible as well. His opponent's force was so strong that he could not bounce it back all, and there was still a huge force that came through the mirror. Fortunately, he had been prepared. The Devil Sky Silk materialized in an instant, causing the surrounding space to buzz. The blow penetrated the Devil Sky Silk's defense and finally hit Yunxiao, sending his blood and qi tumbling and him flying dozens of meters back before he could stabilize himself. The difference in strength between the two was huge, but the result of this attack was shocking. It was a world of difference. The old man's physical body was almost destroyed. His eyes were wide open in disbelief and he kept coughing out blood. He no longer had the strength to fight. Although Yunxiao's blood and qi were also in turmoil, he was only slightly injured. At this moment, his body was filled with killing intent as he walked over and said in a cold voice, "Since I've already seen through your identity, I naturally know the pattern of your attacks and have already thought of a countermeasure. There's no such thing as an eternally correct move in this world. You've used this move for over 100 years, so you should have met a ghost by now. I'm starting to believe in the philosophy of life that you've spoken of earlier. I'm the right person you met at the right time, and I'm the one who will put an end to your life as an assassin." Yunxiao sighed in his heart. If he had not happened to have the sunset cloud mirror, although the move would not have killed him, it would not have ended up like this. Perhaps he would have turned into a thunderbolt and escaped. A cold light flashed in his hand, and the ice sword appeared. He raised it high and said, "I've always been curious about who the head of your 8 symbols is. Although I've already guessed it, I still hope that someone can verify it for me." The old man coughed violently and said with a bitter smile, "I've been an assassin for so many years, and no one has ever known my name. Aren't you curious enough to ask me to satisfy my vanity? At least let people know that such a person once existed." "Not interested," Yunxiao sneered coldly. "You've always been hiding in the dark. So why come out when you're about to die? The name will rot with your body. I'm only interested in the name of your leader of the 8 symbols. Aya, 5th brother, you're really old. You can't kill people. But even your old nest has to be dug out." Suddenly, a faint voice rang out. Yunxiao felt his body freeze as a chill enveloped him. If he were to slash down with his long sword, it would surely attract a storm of thunder. His face changed slightly. The sky gradually curved, and a young man appeared with a smile on his face. He nodded at Yunxiao in a very friendly manner and said, "A person who can attract the attention of the top dog is indeed extraordinary. Even the tyrannical sky tiger of my 8 symbols can't do anything to you, and it was under such a situation where the difference in strength is so great. It's really shocking. Are you one of the 8 symbols?" Yunxiao asked coldly. "Are you also one of the 8 symbols?" The young man nodded and smiled. "You can call me Xiaoba." Yunxiao waved his sword, then put away the cold sword and said, "I don't know how I've offended the chiefs of the 8 divisions. We've never had any grudges. So why do you want to kill me?" Little Mina laughed and said, "Who said we have no grudges? Our Death God Palace's palace master has always treated you as a mortal enemy. Moreover, your rapid rise in recent years has already attracted the attention of many people, and the chief is only one of them. You can leave now. Since 5th brother can't kill you, I don't need to do anything. Furthermore, killing you isn't my mission. Xiaoba, if you let him go now, it's no different from letting a tiger return to the mountain. It'll be even harder to capture and kill him next time, the tyrannical sky tiger said with a bitter smile. He's definitely injured from my attack, so it's a good time to kill him. Fifth brother. The era of you guys who would do anything to kill is over. Little Mina chuckled. An assassin also needs to have the demeanor and Tao of an assassin. Today's defeat is a declaration that your era no longer exists. You'd better report to the chief and go home to rest. The tyrannical sky tiger was stunned for a moment. Then, it smiled bitterly and coughed continuously. It had yet to spit out all the blood. I don't care who your chief is, Xianxia said coldly. Tell him that if he provokes me, there will be no place for you 8 symbols in the heavenly martial realm. With that, his figure flashed and turned into a ray of light, flying 1,000 meters away before he reappeared and walked into the crowd. Xiaoba's eyes flickered with a cold light as he watched Xianxia leave, as if he had been angered by the words he had said before he left. The tyrannical sky tiger glanced at 80 and laughed. What's wrong? Were you frightened by the other party's vicious words? Sigh. Little Mina sighed softly. He's still not as cultured as you old seniors. What do you think of his threat? The tyrannical sky tiger pondered for a moment and said in a serious tone, It seems like he's just trying to keep up appearances. If he's allowed to continue, it'll be hard to say. Maybe he'll really grow to a point where he can threaten the top dog one day. Then who do you think is stronger, him or the palace master? Lil 8 nodded. Li Yi. The tyrannical sky tiger chuckled and said, Li Yi's talent is indeed very strong. Furthermore, he was able to become a slave under the torture of the perverted brother Yuan. In terms of schemes and methods, he is the best choice. Moreover, he has experienced those inhumane tortures. Can be said that he has suffered the most hardships. It is only right that he has achieved what he has today. That day, when he had guided him to the Death God Palace, he had never thought that he would become the palace master. Does the boss want them to fight? It was originally like that, but the goal has changed. The palace master's mission this time is to participate in the arena tournament and marry Jiang Ruobing, which will greatly strengthen our strength. So we can only postpone the battle with Li Yunxiao. It's just that Ing Luo, the tyrannical sky tiger, laughed. Haha, he has been tortured by a man for so long. It's time to give him a beautiful woman as compensation. But what? The light in little Mina's eyes slightly condensed, and he said in a somewhat serious tone, It's just that we may have misjudged the strength of those demons. That demon called Shang made me feel an irrepressible fear. I've only felt this kind of feeling from the chief. Moreover, the palace master seemed to be very important to those members of the demon clan. On this trip to the Red Moon City, there was a demon accompanying them as a personal guard. I'm afraid that the palace master's power will continue to increase and eventually break away from our control. The tyrannical sky tiger was stunned for a moment before sighing. No matter how strong he is, he can't win against Chief. Moreover, this group of monsters has caused such a huge disturbance in Xianxia City. If we really want to deal with them, we can just directly reveal their whereabouts to the Holy Region. We don't need to worry about this. I hope so, little Mina said. The chief has always been meticulous. This time will not be an exception. He went forward to help the tyrannical sky tiger up. The space slightly distorted, and the two of them disappeared from the spot. After leaving the west of the city, Xianxia blended into the crowd, fearing that he would attract some people's attention. As a large number of ancient martial art practitioners had swarmed into the Red Moon City, there were many ancient martial art practitioners with the strength of a martial arts grandmaster like him, so he did not provoke anyone. He took out the sunset cloud mirror on the street and saw that the tyrannical sky tiger's attack had left a scratch on the surface of the orange mirror. He was shocked. The tyrannical sky tiger's strength was probably on par with the blood gods. At the same time, he felt that the power of the sunset cloud mirror was incredible. The tyrannical sky tiger was injured by his own reflection force. This was related to his own combat style. He had attacked with all his strength without holding back. However, the The sunset cloud mirror was able to reflect back the attack of a 6-star martial sovereign with great force. This was beyond his expectations. Moreover, this mirror could teleport. At least, it contained the spatial rule. Xianxia thought to himself, I'll have to find some time to study this mirror. It seems that there are many strange abilities hidden in it. Most profound level weapons were offensive weapons like knives and swords. Tools like mirrors, pagodas, and bells were often more terrifying. Even with his abilities in his previous life, he did not dare to randomly refine such a thing. This mirror is pretty good. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed the mirror. With a flip of his palm, Xianxia put away the mirror of evening clouds, then grabbed the hand and looked at it coldly. Suddenly, he was taken aback and said, It's you. It's you? Where did you get this mirror? Give it to me. The man was taken aback as well. It was Wenlin, who had pulled Xianxia into the ice organization, and he looked at the mirror with a longing expression. Get lost. Xianxia shook off his hand and said coldly, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Wenlin's eyes turned, and he squinted his eyes as he smiled. Isn't it just a matter of a few primeval stones? I'll tell you a piece of good news. What good news? Xianxia asked. What good news? Wenlin pulled Xianxia to the corner of the street mysteriously and whispered, You're going to be rich. Rich? Xianxia's face darkened. How? Wenlin stretched out his hand, and with a somewhat urgent look, he said, Take out that mirror and let me have a look. If it can confirm my thoughts, I've decided to buy it at a high price. Xianxia's face immediately darkened as he said, How high is the price? Where did you get this mirror from? Wenlin asked. Xianxia pointed to the back and said, I was in a pawn shop just now. The owner did not collect the item on time, so the pawnshop owner handled it himself. I bought it at 3 times the pawnshop price, 30,000 medial-grade primordial stones, 30,000 mid-grade origin stones. Wenlin's expression was dazed. He smacked his head and fiercely muttered, Heavens, 30,000 taels of silver. If it's really that treasured mirror, then it's going to be a swan, 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 swan. He cursed in his heart. Did the owner of the pawnshop say who pawned it? I heard that it was an old man in his 60s or 70s, Xianxia said after pondering for a moment. Wenlin suddenly raised his head, grabbed Xianxia's hand, and said excitedly, 60 to 70 years old. As expected, it's the mirror that my father pawned. I finally found it. The heavens truly do not let down the diligent. Xianxia's eyes widened as he looked at Wenlin, who was talking about his feelings with snot and tears in his eyes. He really wanted to give him the title of Best Actor. Wenlin cried bitterly and said, This mirror was my mother's dowry. She and my father were childhood sweethearts. They were innocent. It was because of this mirror that they became sisters-in-law. Xinjin, after that, father had no choice but to sell this mirror. But even when he was about to die, he never forgot to redeem it. Can you understand the feeling of being helpless as a son? Today, I finally have the chance to find this mirror. Today is Father's Day. Brother, can you please fulfill my filial piety? Let's praise all fathers in the world. A father's love is boundless. Xianxia's eyes widened as he said, Brother Best Actor. Oh no, it's Brother Wenlin. The owner of the pawnshop said that the man who sold the mirror first sold his wife to a brothel before he came to pawn the mirror. Could it be that your mother is Ingluo? His face was filled with shock. Wenlin's face immediately turned darker than charcoal, and his eyes were about to spew fire. No matter how shameless he was, he couldn't admit that his mother worked in a brothel. He was instantly disheartened and said with a gloomy face, Is that so? I guess I was wrong. He felt a burst of anger in his heart. He had put on such a show for so long in vain, but he was beaten up by the other party with a single sentence. Oh, I see. Xianxia's face lit up with realization as he said, Then this mirror has nothing to do with you. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Brother Wenlin, I'll see you next time. Wenlin hurriedly stopped him. He rolled his eyes and smiled. By the way, why are you still running around here? Do you know that something big has happened in the Red Moon City? Your sister's here again. Xianxia cursed in his heart, but he said with an indifferent expression, "Oh? What big thing? Did the head of the Jiang family get killed, or did Jiang Ruobing's mother get kidnapped? This is not enough to cause a ruckus." When Lin said in embarrassment, "The goddess has escaped. I just got the news from the organization that the goddess suddenly disappeared from the Jiang family. Now, the entire Jiang family is in an uproar. The entire Red Moon City has been sealed off, and no one is allowed to leave. Even all the space passages leading outside have been blocked. Think about it, the joust for a spouse is about to begin. If the Jiang family can't bring out any people at that time, haha, this will be a big joke." Xianxia stared at him and said sarcastically, "Aren't you a fan of the goddess? Why do you look like you're gloating?" "And I didn't." When Lin's face was filled with grief and indignation, he patted his forehead with his hand and said uncomfortably, "I wonder where the goddess is right now, whether there's warm milk in the morning, whether there's ready roasted duck when I'm hungry, whether I can find a clean and comfortable hotel to rest when I'm tired, and whether there's a whiny when I'm sad." He cried and looked like he was in so much pain that he wanted to die, as if his wife had died. "By the way," Xianxia interrupted, "my mirror." How about a mirror?" When Lin suddenly stopped, his depressed and desolate mood swept away as he stared at Xianxia with a face full of desire. "I'll never give you my mirror," Xianxia said lightly. "I'll never give it to you." When Lin, Zhenzhen. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Brother, although I've only taken a look at your mirror, I'm sure it's definitely an ominous thing. I advise you to spend your money to keep yourself safe. Give me that mirror, and I'll find a powerful alchemist to refine it. Then, it won't stay in this world and continue to harm people." "I see," Xianxia said. "It's not impossible for you to have a mirror, but you have to exchange it with something." "What is it?" When Lin's eyes lit up, and he patted his chest. "In order to refine that ominous thing that harms people and prevent more people from being hurt, I'll even pluck down the stars in the sky for you. Brother Wen, you're so righteous," Xianxia said with great respect. "I admire you. Even so, I can't ask for too much, so I'll just exchange it for 24 moon pearls from the East Sea." "Moon pearl of the Eastern Sea? 24. As if someone had grabbed his neck, when Lin cried out in shock. "That thing is the treasure of the Eastern Sea. Any one of them is priceless. 24 of them strung together can form the strange scene of 24 moonlit bridges, creating an extraordinary effect. Its value is even higher than many 9th-tier profound armaments. You tricked me." Xianxia chuckled. "Brother Wen Lin, you know a lot. You don't look like a martial emperor's minion at all." Wen Lin also laughed. "Brother Li, you're the same. How could a martial arts grandmaster trash have such a vicious mirror?" Xianxia laughed. "As the saying goes, one doesn't tear down a man's difficulties. One doesn't love when one is tired. So stop pretending. Although my great sorrow ancient cloud mirror is a treasure, it's not something I can't give up. The condition is that there are 24 East Ocean moon pearls. Not one less." When Lin's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief and shock, "What did you just say? Is that treasure mirror really the great compassion dusky cloud treasure mirror?" Xianxia immediately became alert and replied, "There seem to be these words on the mirror. I wonder if it's a defensive item." When Lin's expression appeared to be extremely unsettled. He was doing his best to suppress his emotions as he slowly said, "If it was a few months ago, there might be a way. But now, Zhenjia, do you know that all the moon pearls in the East Ocean are in the hands of the Jiang family's mistress, Ruan Hongyu?" "Brother Wen Lin." Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said, "You are really well informed." When Lin nodded, "It seems that you also know that even Ruan Hongyu only has 18 beads. Basically, all the beads in the Eastern region and the Merchant Union are gathered. If you want to get it, it's not impossible." Yunxiao was overjoyed. "Oh, Brother Wen Lin, do you have a way? I heard from the organization that the 18 moon pearls from the East Sea are part of Jiang Ruobing's dowry for the joust for a spouse event this time." When Lin said with a smile, "What? A dowry? Yunxiao was taken aback. When Lin took out a jade slip and handed it over, saying, "Take a look. This is the Jiang family's dowry. It's the latest announcement, and it's already in the hands of the disciples of the major forces. The Jiang family has really put in a lot of money this time." Yunxiao took the jade slip and put it on his forehead, but soon he frowned. When Lin looked at him with a profound look and smiled. "What, are you thinking of going to the joust for a spouse festival? Although the moon pearl of the East Ocean is precious, it's not as good as the other items. Moreover, the bright moon pearl has already been included in the dowry and announced to the world, so it will be even more difficult for you to obtain it by other means." Holding the jade slip, Yunxiao pondered for a while before he said, "Could it be that Brother Wenlin is not interested in these things and beautiful women?" Wenlin laughed. "Even if you're interested, you have to have the strength. Those East Region's 7 stars, West Region's 5 heroes, North Region's 4 prodigies. Which one of them doesn't exterminate me like I'm scum? Today is Father's Day, so I can't help but insert a Father's Day advertisement in the main text, hoping that everyone can curse lightly. I love my father, and at the same time, I wish all fathers in the world good health." "Humph, you're so insincere, all right?" Yunxiao sneered. "In any case, there are no moon pearls from the East Sea. You can keep the mirror in your memory. Goodbye." Hey, don't go. Let's discuss this again." Wenlin kept shouting behind him, but Yunxiao ignored him. Suddenly he shouted, "Brother Li, look at this." Surprised, Yunxiao stopped and slowly turned his head. He saw that Wenlin's eyes were flickering with white light, and a strange force was rippling out of them. It was a mental attack. Pupil technique? Yunxiao was taken aback, and then he wanted to laugh. There was a saying in ancient times in the state of Tianshui. When you show a big saber in front of Guan Yu, you read an essay in front of Kongada. Yunxiao finally understood what it meant. He chuckled, and the immemorial heavenly eye on his forehead suddenly opened. The eye instantly turned into a blood moon, and when Lin's eyes, which were flashing with a bright light, were stunned for a moment. Then they began to become a little blurred, and finally turned into a blank look. In just an instant he was countered. "Just in time. Let me see what your background is." Yunxiao's spiritual power radiated through the immemorial heavenly eye and went straight into the other party's mind to search his memories. Wenlin's entire life, from the moment he had memories of it when he was young, had been displayed in parts under Yunxiao's divine sense, and there were no more secrets. The chain of memories was like a serial painting as it flipped through quickly. To Yunxiao's great shock, the man was actually from the Saint Realm. All of a sudden, his divine sense trembled. He saw that Wenlin's chain of memories had been sealed one by one ever since he had entered the sanctuary realm, and he couldn't read it. "What? This is a radiant mark lock." Yunxiao's heart trembled, and his divine sense rushed out of Wenlin's spiritual ocean in shock. His eyes filled with horror. In this world, the only person who can use this brilliant mark lock is Yuan Gaohan's master, Tian Zhaozi, who lives in seclusion in the holy capital. Could it be that this person was sent by Amaterasu, and that he was carrying a great secret? A shadow appeared in his heart. This matter involved too many people, and even he didn't dare to step into it. No wonder he could recognize the great sorrowful twilight cloud treasure mirror. I didn't expect him to be one of Amaterasu's men. Yunxiao pondered for a moment as he watched Wenlin slowly wake up. Then, he turned and left, entering the crowd. A moment later, Wenlin finally woke up from his daze. He immediately recalled everything that had happened, and his face turned deathly pale on the spot. How can this be? How is this possible? I'm actually being countered by him. His eyes were filled with fear as he muttered to himself. My sea of consciousness was in chaos just now. Could it be that the other party has poured his energy into my memory? He licked his dry lips and felt a dry thirst in his throat. He could not come back to his senses for a long time. Fortunately, I have the seal of Master Amaterasu in my sea of consciousness. When I first set up this seal, I felt that I was being too meddlesome and overly cautious. I didn't think that it would really be useful one day. When Lin slightly suppressed his shock and gradually calmed down, he pondered and said, "We must investigate this person's background. Not only is there a godly spiritual attack, but there's also the great sorrowful twilight cloud treasure mirror. This legendary item has finally appeared. We must obtain it no matter what." His temperament gradually changed, and he no longer looked like a martial emperor. Instead, his cultivation level gradually decreased, and soon, he turned into a mortal without any origin power fluctuations. He walked into the crowd and soon disappeared. The news in the jade slip that Lin gave Yunxiao was very advanced. It was not until the next day that the news of Jiang Ruobing's dowry immediately spread throughout the city, causing a great sensation. Everyone in the city, regardless of gender or age, on the streets and alleys was talking about this topic. Martial artists from all walks of life were also pouring into the Red Moon City. The most precious items are the secret treasure of the True Dragon, a 9th-tier profound weapon, 18 moon pearls of the East Sea, the heavenly bone-changing Emperor Pill, and the opportunity to enter the Jiang family's martial pavilion and choose a set of martial arts skills at will. That True Dragon's secret treasure is a dragon's whisker left behind by an ancient True Dragon. It's already a supreme grade. The ancient True Dragon had always existed in legends. He didn't think that it was real. This True Dragon's beard might even contain the secret to reaching the immortal level. Not only the young elites, but even the legendary figures of the older generation are eager to make a move. Some disciples who don't want to participate in the competition have been kicked out by the elders. They must participate. That 9th-tier mystic artifact is no ordinary item either. It's the Reincarnation saber refined by the president of the Sea of Soul Formation, Lu Zongzi. In order to forge this divine saber, Master Lu Zongzi had personally gone to Wanzhou Peak to get the Reincarnation origin stone. It was said that on the day the saber was completed, purple lightning would descend from the Soul Formation Sea. Hundreds of martial sovereigns flew into the air to resist it, killing several martial sovereigns on the spot and injuring countless. Under the blade light, all living beings of the 6 paths will enter the cycle of reincarnation. As for the moon pearl of the Eastern Sea, we are all from the Eastern region, so we should know the value of this pearl. It was a peerless item in the human world to focus and calm one's mind. Wearing it on one's body could be said to be invulnerable to all evil. It could eradicate all abnormalities in cultivation and never have heart demons. According to the Eastern region's ancient legends, once 24 of them are gathered, they can form a strange scene of 24 moonlit bridges, as if a celestial realm has descended. One can directly transform and become an immortal, but I don't know if it's true or not. The heavenly bone-changing Emperor Pill is a precious elixir among the 9 tiers. If Tier 9 spiritual pills were also divided into 9 grades, then this heavenly bone-changing Emperor Pill would definitely be Tier 9, Tier 9. However, this item is not attractive to powerful martial sovereigns, but it has a fatal attraction to those martial artists who are hovering at the threshold of the martial sovereign realm. This thing could increase the probability of advancing to the martial supreme realm by 30%. As long as one's talent wasn't too trashy, one could advance steadily. Which of those who could cultivate to the peak of the martial honor realm would be trashy? The other name of this pill is the Martial Emperor Pill. Whoever gets the pill will become a martial emperor. As for the Jiang family's martial arts manuals, there's no need to talk about them. The Pure Yang True Technique, Hakoni Demon Manual, Thousand Leaf Spiritual Darkness Technique, and so on. Which one of them isn't as powerful as thunder? Which one of them isn't an existence that has created the continent's peak experts and made the world tremble in fear? To be able to learn one of them is enough to look down on the world. TSK. There are also a large number of various medicinal pills, profound level weapons, vitality stones, spiritual herbs, precious treasures, and so on. I won't go into detail. If I want to say more, I won't be able to finish it even after the arena tournament. It's almost equivalent to the entire fortune of a medium-sized sect. This kind of argument went viral in the entire Red Moon City, and all the martial artists became fanatical. Those martial artists who originally did not want to participate in the competition began to rub their fists and rub their palms, and many people began to worship the gods as a whole, to bless their high school. Near the center of Red Moon City, there were two magnificent and exquisite buildings. Although they were not as grand as the city lord's mansion, they were exquisitely built and took a lot of effort. Between the two buildings, there was a rainbow hook, like a long dragon lying across the sky, hidden in the heavy rain, like a celestial bridge. This was a famous building in Red Moon City called the Wind and Moon. On the Rainbow Dragon Bridge there were a few huge flags flying. Those who enter my building, there will be a cool breeze, and those who drink to me, there will only be a bright moon. A man dressed in a dark blue rainflower brocade robe leaned against the railing upstairs and stared. His pair of beautiful eyes were as clear and bright as the autumn water in an empty valley. Looking at the bustling city, he could not help but softly recite, "A pillow in my youth, a cool breeze, only the bright moon knows my heart." Behind him, a beautiful woman in palace clothes looked at the man in front of her and said, "Zimao, you still hate your uncle?" The man turned around, his expression as calm as autumn water, and said calmly, "Zimao doesn't dare. As the Red Moon City Master, Uncle is respected by the world and is an unparalleled hero. Zimao has always been following Gufu as a role model and worked hard in his cultivation. On the path of martial arts, he didn't dare to stop at any time." The beautiful woman revealed a satisfied smile and praised, "You really didn't let Uncle and Aunt down, nor did you let Big Brother down. As long as you continue to work hard, your future achievements will not be inferior to your uncle's." "Yes, Zimao will remember Aunt's teachings." Ruan Zimao bowed and said calmly, "It's just that Zimao has a knot in his heart that's getting worse. I hope that Aunt can help me untie it." Ruan Hongyu glanced at her nephew and said, "You're here for Ruabing? If you are really successful and reach the peak of martial Dao, all the women in the world will be yours to choose. As the eldest son of the Ruan family and the head of the 7 stars of the Eastern region, you are depressed over your children's affairs. Do you want to disappoint Aunt?" Ruan Zimao said, "I wouldn't dare." However, wasn't the pursuit of the peak of martial arts so that he could rule the world and be free? If I can't even get the girl I like, then what's the point of ruling the world? Ruan Hongyu's expression changed and she snorted. "Ruabing's marriage is for the benefit of the Red Moon City. If she marries you, wouldn't she be wasting a great resource?" Ruan Zimao's eyes narrowed and a glint flashed across his eyes. He said calmly, "The marriage alliance with other big sects is only to consolidate the position of the Red Moon City in the realm of heavenly martial arts. It's an external force that is difficult to rely on. If Aunt can betroth Sister Ruabing to me, Zimao will definitely reach the peak of martial arts in less than 50 years. He will lead the Red Moon City to become a supreme existence like the Holy Region and the Soul Formation Sea." His words were firm, but his expression did not change. His eyes were burning with fire, which surprised Ruan Hongyu. "Ha ha! Well said." Ruan Hongyu laughed and praised, "The Ruan family should have this kind of spirit. However, Ruabing can't marry you. This is your uncle's decision, and no one can change it. Apart from that, any woman in the Red Moon City, or even any woman on the continent, if you have any that you like, Aunt will handle it for you." Ruan Zimao slowly raised his head and said, "I'm not asking for little sister Ruabing to marry me. I just want to have a chance to participate in the arena tournament. I will use my own strength to prove that the so-called marriage is just a joke. Only when I am strong can I be truly strong."